Hello, I'm not. Hello, I'm not muted for once, so. Hello. I want to ask you this. Press 1 because we're gonna be talking to two guys talking history in 2 hours. Exactly. 2 hours? Yeah, 2 hours. So I'm gonna ask you to. Also, I need to take my medicine. So I'm gonna be taking my medicine now, and while I'll take my medicine, press 1 for. Press 1 for Diablo. Press 2 for Drakengard. 1 for Diablo, 1 for Drakengard. Let's go. Let's do it. Let's do it right now. Come on, let's do it. Also, hello, Fake Alec, Kyle Parker, Maya Major, Palm Dad, Boy Meets Mini, Palm Dad. Hello, everyone. You cannot say 1.5. You have to say 1 or 2. Alright, Drakengard or Diablo 4. Right one, Drakengard or Diablo 4. We've got a thing to watch. I think we do. Pretty sure we had a thing to watch. Oh, wait. Oh yeah, there's a really interesting thing. That's right, yeah. Okay, good. There's a really interesting thing that I really... An interview with the right sector soldier in Ukraine that Dylan did. I want to watch that. You want to watch it with me? Okay, nobody's saying anything, so I'm just gonna play Diablo. I'm not getting any love from the gigglers, and it's sad. Uh... You said 1.5. Oh, you saw it? Oh, damn. Why screw you? Why you bully me? Why you bully me? It was scary. So Diablo is the perfect game to play the interview with. Damn. I said I'm not receiving love, not that nobody loved me. It's a difference in the language structure of the thing. Wait, where's the... I lost... Okay, oh, okay. I've lost the sight of the thing. Logging into Diablo 4. Should we do some story, or do you not feel like story right now? We can do some story, because we have exactly 2 hours before our main event, so we can do story, or we can listen to the interview. What do you feel would be the better thing before we talk intense Ukraine? What do you feel would be the best thing for us to do. Okay, I'm gonna choose story for now. I'm gonna choose story for now because I know you cannot wait to see what happens in Diablo 4. I just know you're itching to see. Look, it's a face here. There's a face on the left side of the screen. The face is sort of like part of the thing. Have you seen the face? Face the face. Oh, I thought I turned into a wolf for a second there. But that wolf just follows me. Follow me, wolf. As I go to the quest place. Follow me, wolf. Yeah, the face is funny face. The dog is gonna be with me forever now. The dog is mine now. Did you know that the dog is mine now? Let's go. Actually, I'm low on precious mana. Just so you know, I'm also working on our next talk with Shakespeare about Mexican history. Oh my god. Actually, we've got 2 hours, Lumi, as I might as well DM. It is showing up. Yeah. Testing. Is this message showing up? I've been having trouble. It is showing up. Not only did it show up, I've been able to read it. Let's go to the basement. Oh, it's not a basement. It's an infested pit, which we will uninfest. It would be so great to have a conversation right now about the history of Mexico. This time still puberty for the whole blue ball. It wasn't a joke! Oh my god. It wasn't a joke. It's not my fault that people are perverts. There are literal blue balls above your head. Oh my god. If you want, I can use the term blue circle, but I will say blue. I'm just gonna say blue circle from now on, okay? I should do a better job. I should do a better job guiding the community, right? I'm gonna be saying white circle from now on and nothing else. I love the blue circle above my head and that mechanic, which we will have to re-clear, by the way. We've cleared that fight. I'm not sure if you've seen it. I'm not sure if you've seen us clear that fight, actually. I'm really happy about that. That we've finally cleared that fight. I'm low on precious mana. Yeah, sphere is... Yeah, that's fair. I could be saying sphere. Yeah. That's fair. Sphere actually rolls off the tongue more. Blue sphere, blue sphere. Yeah, sphere is actually... Sphere actually does feel like a better choice. It's like with the meme where people say that they are devastated by the realization that it's faster to say World Wide Web than www. World Wide Web is faster than www. Which is funny to me. Isn't it funny that the World Wide Web is faster than www to say? Isn't that hilarious? I think it's funny. Oh, I almost attacked my own dog.
I lack the needed mana.
Yeah, it is surprising, but it's also funny. I mean, in Polish it's not the case, by the way. Oh god, I entered again by mistake. In Polish, you don't say www. In Polish, you say www. So it does become shorter in Polish, in fact. Www versus World Wide Web. Www. We should just shorten it like Poland does. Www, and it wouldn't be a problem then. You should... Yeah. You should say it like... You should make it like a French thing. Instead of saying www, you should say oui oui oui. And, you know, it would be shorter then. Oui oui oui. Oui oui oui. YouTube.com. Doesn't it have a nice ring to it? Oui oui oui. YouTube.com. Think about it. I think it would be an amazing change. It would be funny, at least. Oh no, one person left for me spreading French memes. I made a pencil that had 2 erasers on each end. Speaking of erasers, there used to be this eraser that supposedly was... It was supposed to erase pen. It was a pen eraser. But if you're gonna have a pencil with 2 erasers, then you might as well just use a big eraser, no? It was a stupid idea and I wasted an entire day, but you succeeded. But you've proven your idea to be true. Pencils and erasers. When I think of pencils and erasers, I think of tabletop RPGs. I think of things like Warhammer Fantasy roleplay. And erasing and adding things on the character sheet. You know? Wee. Twitch.com. Doesn't that sound great? A little fox. Doggy. Look at how red this place is. Red with red paint.
need more time.
Oh, pad thai. Wow.
Out of mana. I'm not ready yet.
Would nice to get some nice thai. Although, I have to admit that I have a strong bias when it comes to food towards Vietnamese food.
Out of mana once again.
Would I have the courage? Oh, Vietnamese food is excellent. Very tasty, made out of fresh ingredients. A lot of sort of green elements to it. It has all of the best things that you can have about food. It's usually not expensive. It's extremely healthy, but it's also extremely tasty, which seems like an impossible combination, but Vietnam has managed to achieve it. Look at this. Look at this person just hanging around.
Did you stop her?
No, she was already gone. And I fear she has taken a piece of you with her. A beast born from your blood.
It's my fault.
What part did you have in this?
A pact with Lilith to help me destroy the Night's penitent.
In return for what?
I told her where Astaroth is hidden, held high.
Why?
In her presence, I lost control. Rage consumed me. There's only one thing to do now. End the corruption.
Damn. Wait, you're my dog now. Oh, whatever. What does that mean, tree? I don't know. You're mine. Oh, whatever. Oh, you're coming with me? Come here. Fetch. Oh my gosh. I thought I've earned a friend. A four-legged friend. But it appears not. Okay, we're gonna go here. We're gonna help the townsfolk in need, as I do. As you all should always do. Okay, let's go. Here.
I need time to do that.
Waiting for something.
As someone. Someone like you, in fact.
Oh.
You look the worldly sort. Would you be able to travel to the Under the Fat Goose Inn in the Highland Wilds and let Torben the innkeeper know Niall will be there shortly to settle his tab? I likes me a drink, see, and that place has the best ale in these parts.
Okay. Oh. Wait, how do I get there? How do I get here? Oh, I get it now. Okay. Now I get it. I get it.
I need more time.
Don't worry, gigglers. We're back on track, proudly. We've never been in these parts. Oh yeah, I have to. Wow. We should look for more Lilith statues, but I wonder where they are. If you notice any Lilith statues, just scream at me. Please. Oh! I think I found one.
Out of mana once again. I'm not ready yet.
Into the Spider-Verse. Am I a bad I don't think so, no, why?
I'm not ready yet. I'm out of mana.
Why do you ask? I found it.
I'm out of mana. I have time to do that.
Well, it is true that you should probably reassess your approach to these topics, but oh my god, I will say on my end, right after this fight, well, I will say a few things. Okay, I died so I can tell you now. Like, just because you've got, I don't think it has to do anything with you being a good or bad person. I just think that you should re-examine certain things when it comes to religion. I cannot really be angry at you when it comes to these things because I used to be a lot more like you when it comes to this topic. So I used to come at this far more like you. And I sort of... my attitude towards the whole thing changed with time as I explored it more. But I did used to be a lot more like you, and it wasn't even that long ago while we were at it, so... And I don't think it's like it will annoy people, and Karasu also doesn't think that you're a bad person. Karasu said that she still likes you, but it's just when it comes to this topic, you just make her angry. But my advice would be for you to. Oh, sorry. My advice would be for you to not to, to try to explore more and just, don't worry. I think it will be okay, personally. I used to be much closer to your position when it came to religion, so, you know, don't lose, don't lose, don't lose hope. It's gonna be. Yeah, I think it's, people get heated and angry when discussing things that are close to them and close to their experience. But yeah, as I said, I would encourage you to explore more. And you did say yourself that you have, and I've managed to sort of, that I've sown a seed of sort of exploring the topic more in your mind, which I think is very positive. You know? But yeah, I think it'll be okay.
I need time to reflect.
If you want to DM about it more, then I think that's okay.
I need time to reflect.
Well, that is what can happen when a person suffers from depression. I know that.
Precious mana.
I know from
I need more time.
I know from personal and from the experience of people close to me that your emotional state can become easily affected by your depression, yeah.
I need time to do that.
My advice would be for you to explore the topics, at your own pace and not to beat yourself about the outcomes and to also work on the mental health side, yeah. It sort of feels like I'm not really giving super useful advice. Perhaps it would be good to find a therapist as well to help you to go through some of your depression. There's a lot of, which it surprises me a bit. There's still a lot of stigma around therapy and psychological help. My best friend's attitude towards it is I found really nice when he just told me bluntly, "Oh, I feel like I'm having psychological problems, so I'm gonna go to a therapist." Because it's basically like, when you break an arm, you go to a doctor, and when you feel like you're not feeling well psychologically, you go to a therapist. Oh, thank you. Yeah, those topics can get messy and there are a lot of emotions, sort of. baked into them.
I need more time.
Like religion and politics are those two topics that are extremely emotionally charged for many people, and sometimes there are no easy answers, so it requires sort of a more,
I need time to do
it requires patience and discussion from both sort of sides discussing it, and it can be very difficult because of how emotionally charged the topics are. Can be very difficult indeed.
I need time to do that.
Doctors can help find the right help too if you don't know where to start. Yeah, that's true. And when I say I used to be more like you, I mean it. I like literally I had a situation in which I was pretty like super hard like
Time to do
Reddit atheist, and the person that talked to me just, stopped talking to me altogether. So I've had that happen because I had a pretty hard approach when it came to the topic. And in time I understood a bit more, and my attitude has shifted somewhat. I still am pretty much an atheist, but I can see it's complicated. It gets a bit complicated. Like, I'm an atheist that wants to go for an official conversion to Judaism. And that might sound like crazy to many people, but it makes perfect sense to me. You know? Yeah, we'll settle this tab shortly.
Oh, he will he? You must be the fifth person he sent this week while proclaiming his intention to make good on what he owes.
Yeah, and also from a cultural angle, because religions have like a really strong historical cultural component. Like a lot of religions are sort of border philosophy, for example. Like there are people's ways to discuss and try to figure out a way to best organize and best to live their lives, if that makes sense.
Aye.
So there's a lot baked into it culturally.
In their hurry, they left blood on the steps. Amateurs.
Amateurs.
Nairn and Tavish, local mischief makers, have also been absent.
Like there's a
Sense tells me they are somehow involved. Man or beast who took it.
right.
The goose isn't the same without it.
Like there's a really nice story that the rabbi said when I was in a Shabbat dinner, that during the bombardment of World War II, there was a well-known Jewish atheist in the community, like a hardcore atheist, Redditor in World War II. And during the bombardment of Warsaw, he jumped into the burning synagogue to sort of to save the scroll of Torah from being destroyed. And people around him asked, "Why did you do that? You're an atheist. What are you doing?" And he replied with, "Yeah, I am, but I just cannot allow this to be destroyed." And
I need time to do that.
what the rabbi was trying to say is that among Jewish people, there's this sense of togetherness that transcends being religious and not religious. You know, that the Torah scroll is considered for the Jewish people a higher good than just a purely religious artifact, you know? And I thought that story was really nice. Like, I find that story really nice. Yeah, I think it's nice. So there are things in religion that sort of are not those that we are sort of used to. The really fanatical supernatural things, you know? And I think it's worth exploring it from that point of view to sort of understand where Karasu and other people come from when discussing the topic. I think it will be valuable for you, you know?
I need more time.
Well, that's a debate to be had, the institutional power. But of course, then we can have a... But of course, then we are entering the bigger topic of institutional power. So then we enter into a big conversation of the nature of institutional power.
Wouldn't be doing this alone if you didn't hop off with those goat-faced fiends, Tavish.
What?
You know I'm not made for this.
What are you saying, boy?
This here trophy? I sure did. Nicked it to honour dear Tavish, my best mate. The goatman. Torn to pieces in this spot not 3 nights ago. I thought it right to bring the goose to him. One last drink together beneath her wings. We agreed to a list of last deeds, you know? Could you help me finish it? I like to think it'd give Tavish some semblance of peace. Prove he's not to be forgotten.
I mean, true.
Places daggers at the locations on the list. It will mark our mischief eternal.
But yeah. The fact that you're saying that you're ashamed of it means that you can move to a more positive direction, you know?
Oh, I've never noticed a few scrapes. A bit of blood just shows your commitment, eh, Tavish? Luckily, the booze has me without sense.
Dry laugh. Hey, what am I supposed to?
Let's get to it then.
What am I supposed to do? Ah, okay. Now I get it. Why so... What? Oh, you gotta be kidding me. Look so far away. I cannot believe this. Are you gonna help me? Right. I think there's a lot for you to explore when it comes to these topics, you know? And I think there's a way for you to be able to express yourself in a way that will be overall positive. I have,
I need more time.
which might be an ironic statement, I have faith that everything will be okay. I tend to be positive, you know? I know that you are well-intentioned, so I have
I'm out of mana.
I will once again use the word. I have faith that you can move in a positive direction when it comes to all of these things.
I need time to prepare.
Just as I have faith that I can
I need time to do that. I need more time. I need time to do that.
One night, Tavish came into the goose screaming about a
Goose.
turning into a man. Had Torben and me in stitches. Druids!
Druids.
Said he'd find their den and bop each one till they proved him true.
Goose. Of course, I would remind that it really depends on what you mean by spirituality, right?
I need time to prepare. more time. I need time to prepare that.
I leveled up.
I'm not ready yet. I need more time. I need time to do that.
Aha! Well, I think you should do some exploring. I do believe so. You know? Oh, okay, I forgot about this. Oh. Look at all this junk. Oh! A probable Lilith statue. A probable Lilith statue is here.
I need time to prepare that. I need time to do that.
Yeah, but when it comes to anti-vaxxers, usually it's not the spiritual people that are the problem. It's usually the crazy conservatives that say that you're being chipped with the vaccine. So you do need to keep that in mind.
I need time to I need time to do that. I need more time.
That at some point we're sort of entering the realm of Schrodinger's problems, you know?
I need more time. I need more time.
Oh. Okay, that's a good one. Oh, wow. I actually want to return to the city for a bit. This one. That doesn't feel like we're really doing a lot of story right now. But don't worry, just in 1 hour we're gonna have a fascinating time with Daedalus and Hetman Karanene.
I need time to do that.
Oh no, it's because I'm doing side quests, so I'm not doing the main story. If it feels like I'm spinning the wheels, it's because I'm doing side quests. Oh, might as well upgrade.
I forge more than horseshoes and nails. What do you need?
Oh my gosh, this one's good.
Solid bits here.
Oh, okay. I mean, it feels okay to me so far. It feels okay to me so far. We've met 2 druids and, you know, they were both cool. It doesn't drag any more than Diablo 2's story, to be honest.
I need time to do that.
Oh, is it It is! Oh my god! Look. Bam! Damn. Gigglers.
Tavish interrupted a cathedral service once, nipped a prayer drape for his cold feet. Priest was furious. Tavish never graced a church again, but swore he'd thumb his nose at the lot. What better place than their old nest taken by the undead?
True.
I need more.
True. True, true, true. What is this contraption? Oh my gosh.
I need more.
Almost died just now as well. Oh! Hold on. I need to...
No matter the bounty, mercenaries always avoided the eight-legged nasties of old Heimberg. But Tavish was no coward. He swore he'd climb the old crane and show them who's high and mighty around here. It's done. No, I have to tell Tavish. We drink to victory.
I think there might be a Lilith statue here. Are you asking me or... Oh, okay. How do I destroy this? Oh my gosh. It's so annoying.
I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet. I need more time. I need time to do that.
On a better note, the more side content I do, the easier the main story will be. Actually. How much money have I got?
Thanks.
How do I?
I need more time.
Wanted to check something, but I sort of forgot. Wanted to check something.
I didn't do this for you, you know. Said I did, but you know better.
Do I?
Who's Torben to scowl at now? Can't imagine I'll rile him so. Oh, please, take the goose back to her nest.
Oh, the goose.
I'm going to stay a while longer and finish this last pint with Tavish. Just one more.
Under the... Oh, that is so sad for some reason. Hello, Connor. Connor! Oh, you're here. Wait. If Connor is here, should we just switch to Drakengard? We've played an hour of Diablo. We might as well play an hour of Drakengard, right?
I need more time.
Are we able to watch Connor? Like, whether or not we're switching to Drakengard will depend on whether or not you can watch. Or can you just listen?
Tavish is dead? Oh, damned beasts. The goose won't be the same without him. And Nairn. They're why the goose stays open. Even during the hardest times. A respite from the darkness of this world.
The goose. Okay. I don't think Connor can use the page when at work. I've noticed that most people will not use the page when at work. Wah. Although, you know, why not? We're gonna switch to Drakengard. If we play just one game for too long, it's gonna be boring. No, there's no need to apologize. There's no need to. I'm just sort of explaining the circumstances of the... I'm explaining the... Or I mean, that is an assumption of my part. That's an assumption on my part, but that is a pattern that I have noticed as a professional. As a professional pattern noticer. Yeah, Connor's at work. We're gonna boot Isa. Because Drakengard actually has awesome music, so that's okay to just listen. My god, where's the Drakengard?
Square Enix.
Square Enix. Where is it? Oh my god, I cannot find it. I apologize, everyone. Where is it? Oh, there you go. Got it. True, a duck cast. Right, we're ready. Drakengard. Gonna do story. I can only play the video when my screen is off through the app. I can browse pauses when I lock my screen, which means I get behind when unpausing. Yeah. Wait, it's it's visible, okay. They should do a Drakengard play. I'm not sure if I've told you, Connor, but that Yorha play was really good. I really enjoyed it, like super a lot. I really enjoyed it. Unholy beasts fill the darkened sky, but Cain does not falter. He flies up to the Battle Imperial. Oh no. Flying mission. Ay, ay, ay. A burned wasteland lies all about Cain, while in the flaming sky monsters of the Emperor gather like locusts. Cain mounts the dragon and flies towards the fortress where the Freya is imprisoned. Uh-oh. Yeah, it was really good. Really, really good. Really emotionally powerful. It was really emotional.
What is that giant shell? Surely it is not the work of man.
Manosphere. It is the work of the Manosphere.
Be careful. These ones are strong.
They are. This might be the mission that breaks me and forces me to play it on easy, by the way. Also, Connor was not here for this, but I find it really interesting to think that when the androids from Nier Automata talk about humanity, they basically talk about the characters from Drakengard. And don't spoil, but apparently from what I've learned in Nier Automata, dragons are not totally gone. Does that mean that an android can do a pact with a dragon? Could an android do a pact with a dragon? And if it could, would that prove that androids are living things? I don't know. I've heard that a dragon appears in Nier Automata somewhere. So that's the only thing that I've heard, that there's a dragon that appears in Nier Automata at some level or whatever. I have not heard much beyond that. That when you play Nier Automata, you can actually see a dragon, but that's all. That's all I know. I don't know much beyond that. Which to me would be pretty interesting, actually. Oh, okay. Wouldn't that be cool, though?
The hands of man cannot build fortresses in the air. What is the cult of the Watchers?
I've been lied to. That is sad. So far, so good.
Again, destruction rains down from the sky. The rites of the seal's end have begun.
Oh my god. I'm now angry.
What is that giant shell? Surely it is not the work of man.
Maybe. Should consider donating to make my pain lesser. Oh my god. True.
Be careful. These ones are strong.
The hands of man cannot build fortresses in the air. What is the cult of the Watchers?
The perverts, I think. What is hitting me? Jesus. I am proving. Oh my god.
Again, destruction.
Jesus Christ.
The rites of the seal's end have begun.
For real though? This is the worst level in the entire game. I'm gonna be raging
What is that giant?
a lot.
Surely it is not the work of a man.
Maybe it is, maybe it is not. Quiet you. Do you need advice? Always, of course. When did I ever not need advice? Imagine me not needing advice. Couldn't be me. If I didn't need advice, I would not be me.
Be careful. These ones are
Yeah, I've noticed. Thank you. Unless the advice is avoid the enemy's attacks. Oh.
The hands of man cannot build
The
forts.
dash is the X button, right?
What is the cult of the Watchers?
The dash is the X button, right? I don't feel like I'm avoiding it with the dash. Oh? Well, you have to hold it. Didn't you just press it? Oh. I didn't know you have to hold it.
Again, destruction rains down from the sky. The rites of the Seal's End have begun.
Oh my god. Oh my god. The camera is really screwing me over.
That shell, how high does it fly?
Okay, I wanted to say one last try, but that's actually a lie. It's not one last try.
What is that giant shell? Surely it is not the work of man.
It is your work. You made it. Damn. God damn it! What the? I am doing a little bit better though. And by a little bit better, I mean a lot better. Got a lot of HP now.
The hands of man cannot build fortresses in the air.
Says you,
The cult of the Watcher.
you pervert. Okay. Wait. Oh my god, the controller got disconnected for a second. I would have been so mad. So mad.
Be careful. These ones are strong.
Thank you, I've noticed. Okay, we've got the super moves. Alright. Oh, wow. Okay, we're doing well. My goodness. I'm gonna be having a talk with Daedalus. Daedalus. Daedalus or Daedalus?
Again, destruction rains down from the sky. The rites of the seal's end have begun.
That shell, how high does it fly?
Lucy in the sky with diamonds. Lucy in the sky with diamonds. Am I right?
Ah, the seal shall break. What can I do? Ye gods!
Eat gods? I mean, you can... You can unpetrify your dragon and be useful.
Only prayers are left to us. Everybody, bow your heads and beg for the mercy of the gods.
If you wish to know the truth, there is no time for prayers.
Wow. That went well. Oh, that did not go well. Where's the last enemy? I hope it's the last enemy, by the way. Does it ever get explained why the dragon... You gotta check if the Dallas actually started playing Dragon Guy. Played good money too. Oh, yeah, he says he will start playing it. Also, is it ever explained why and how the dragon got petrified, the one of the priest? Is it ever actually explained? As if it's not, then I'm annoyed. I'll be annoyed if it's not explained. If it just says, oh, the dragon's just petrified, don't ask questions. Like, I used to be so powerful, but my dragon is petrified. Like, why? Why is it petrified? What petrified it? Why can't they petrify Kaim's dragon if they could petrify that one? Why didn't they just petrify Kaim's dragon to defeat him?
We cannot go higher.
That's not good. Someone should ask Yokotaro in an interview what happened to the dragon of the priest. I bet someone asked him already. Was nobody curious about this? So many chapters still left. Oh wait, I've been...
Priestess, let me have Kayam.
Release not the Watchers.
I am strong. I feel love. Love for the Watchers. Love for you. But who are you?
Inuart?
That's troubling. Who are you? Fira is held imprisoned in the floating fortress that hovers beyond Kaim's reach. From its belly, Inuart swoops down, his mad eyes so blinded by passion that he can no longer see the object of his love. Damn. That is so sad, especially when you do the mandatory reading. Oh yeah, Connor. I actually sent...
Do you think I can be beaten by you anymore?
I actually sent Daedalus the mandatory reading. I think it's valuable to read.
I'm strong now. That's what Furiai is with me. Furiai!
I feel so bad for this character, for Inuart. I would not be feeling bad if I didn't do the reading from the thing.
Man rides a black dragon.
But damn, now that I did the reading, I really feel bad for Inuart. Okay, I really need advice for this one. Like, you should do the reading. Ask Connor to send it to you.
Die, die, die!
Am I supposed to win here? This fight is making me nauseous. I'm gonna My god.
Who is that? My head! Furiai!
I am supposed to win here or no? His life is not dropping.
Furiai, are you watching? Today your brother shall die!
Damn. Oh, I'm dead. This fight sucks. I'm sorry. I don't like it. Well, what should I use? Oh.
Kaim! Do you think I can be beaten by you anymore?
Yes. I then never shot. Oh my god, the camera. Oh god. I'm never facing this mother quacker.
I'm strong now. That's what Furiai is with me. Furiai!
No Roman man rides a black dragon.
She sounds pissed. I'm never facing this mother quacker. How do I use normal attacks if he always flanks me or is behind? Oh, that makes me so angry, this game. The camera is so nauseating. Oh my god. Oh, this is not good. I swear this is just not good.
Die, die, die!
Die, die, die! God damn it.
My head. Furiai.
Oh my god. This fight is so frustrating, I swear. The camera spins around so much that it makes me want to throw up.
I truly love Furiai with my innermost soul. Furiai, are you watching? Today your brother shall die.
Oh god,
The Watchers cannot fly!
No!
Oh. We won! Alright. Oh, that was so easy. So easy. Phew. Riding the same air current as Inuart, Kaim and the dragon managed to reach the fortress. Now they must find the sanctum that lies at its heart and rescue Furiai. Burp. No!
Before we can get closer.
Another flying mission.
It's not enough to just strike right. Choose your targets and aim true.
Oh, be quiet. It's not like you're doing anything.
is within this fortress. She is the last seal. Protect it.
Oh, thank you, Connor. Thank you.
It is an enormous structure. What force levitates it amongst the clouds?
L2 and R2 are just camera. There is an end, yes. Don't be ridiculous. My goodness. There's a lot of them though. Hooray, a maze level.
They are broken machines. At death, they feel nothing.
Hooray, a flying maze level. What's the time? Okay. I'm not a fan of this level, I'm not gonna lie. Literally a maze level. Oh my god, the camera, please.
The Empire cannot be stopped now.
My god. What is happening with the game? Camera just went bonkers. It's not doing, the R2 is not doing a very good job. Is Cain killing Furia and she's asking him to stop?
Surely you feel war at this bloodshed. Well, then again, perhaps you do not.
Then spoil. My goodness. I cannot believe the spoilers. My goodness. In 5 minutes, we're gonna be starting our talk about history, by the way.
Is the goddess safe? Find her quickly!
You do something. What the hell? You ugly bastard. You so ugly. You are bald. Because of your pact. Oh my god. It must have been horrible losing your precious haircut to a pact. Oh my god. The camera in this game is so bad. It's over!
I am powerless. Please, my goddess, be safe.
Oh my god, stop whining. Do they? Yeah, it's not. It's not this game's strong suit at all. But it's over. I'm not looking forward to the expedition on this level. Let's go. 3 minutes to our start for a talk with.
Drive through them. Return your sister to safety by your own
Sorry to interrupt you.
hands.
I wasn't supposed to be streaming today, but the opportunity arose to have a talk.
The goddess! Where is the goddess?
Oh, Jesus Christ. The enemy is so strangely nimble.
I cannot help you now. It rests on your sword alone.
No kidding. I have no idea. It's supposed to be starting now. Wait, there are no targets. Why not? $17? What am I supposed to do here? Oh. Well, where is she supposed to be?
Threatened. The last seal is lost. Time. Save the goddess. Save our world.
I refuse. I will not save it. I will... Oh yeah. Please tell me to explain where the aliens from Nier Automata came from, at least. It's not just said that they just sort of arrived out of nowhere, right? Okay. Then I will not ask anymore. Wait, what happened? What was that? I actually thought that was the donation sound. My God. Now I feel so silly. Oh my God. Oh, give me the package, you bastards.
Time, my brother.
What is it? Oh, there are targets here.
Watchers, goddess, watchers. Goddess, watchers, goddess, watchers, goddess.
Okay. If you say so. Mother quackers. If you say so, mother quackers. Oh, I'm gonna be brought into the studio shortly from the green room. And then we're gonna have to pause the game.
Climb.
Kaim, ah. Kaim, ah.
Do you hear Bria's voice? Run to her!
Kaim. Oh yeah. Oh god.
Goddess's voice. It grows bigger and bigger. Quickly!
Where is... Oh, I think I know. I'm so glad I've wasted so much time at the beginning of this level just screwing around. Wait, what do you mean go back? I wasn't supposed to? Do you mean I wasn't supposed to go here? Oh my god. Of course, classic me. Oh, you bastards! You're so ugly. Oh my god. Where is it? Oh! Wow, nice. Okay. I'm such a genius. Target. This is for people like me. This is created for people like me.
I sense the goddess. She is in this fortress.
Yeah, oh my god, the dragon is... I have no comment to this comment. Thunbergay, the magic attack is Dragon Speak. I'm gonna equip it. Because it sounds like a cool weapon. Thumber... Wait, it's a small weapon? That's so weird. It would be a big weapon, but you know. I'm gonna check something real quick. Oh, I feel nauseous. I feel nauseous from that. I feel nauseous from that fight. Oh my gosh. Oh wait, it's still in 20 minutes. It's still in 20 minutes. I didn't know that. Okay. Wait, is it in jeopardy? What happened? Oh my god, what happened? Oh, Jesus Christ. What a nightmare. An actual nightmare. Oh god. Give me.
Speak not the Watchers. Draw not the Watchers. Write not the Watchers. Sculpt not the Watchers.
Sing not the Watchers. Call not the Watcher's name.
Kime, has the last seal been broken? Come out now. The seeds are sown. Kime, be strong. The world itself is in mortal danger.
Wait.
Allow your sister's sacrifices to be in vain. Kime!
This character. What? Wait, her death wasn't even shown. Kime is too late. The goddess, the last seal, his beloved sister Furia, lies dead. And the child priestess Mana incants the catechism of the Cult of the Watchers in celebration. The last seal broken, the seeds of resurrection certain to appear on the earth. Suppressing this rage, Kime turns from Mana and flies over to stop the sowing of the seeds. So she just died? Wait, the cutscene didn't show her dying. Was she already dead? What? What the hell? Already dead. Damn. What a sad story. Damn, this game has a really sad story. Especially when you read the mandatory reading once again. She is the priestess of the Cult of the Watchers. She is the ruler of the Empire. She is the destroyer of all things. She is instrument of the gods. She is the fountainhead. Reflected in her shining child's eyes, the lifeless body of a goddess. Wait, hold on. I have the reading open right now. What the hell? Wait, hold on. Oh, wait! What was the name of the person? Mana? And her brother Seer. Oh, okay. I get it now. Okay. Okay, I get it now.
What have you done?
I broke the seal. Now she's useless.
The Watchers laugh.
The Watchers laugh. La 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 la. La 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 la. La 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 la.
Furiai, but I did it for you. I did it all for you, and yet I could not even sing for you. Was this all for myself? Did I kill you?
La 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 la. La 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 la. Watchers dance. Such fun.
The Watchers dance. La 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 la. La 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 la. La 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 la. The Watchers, they dance.
It sort of reminds me of those twins in the Nier Automata.
No more pain. Furiai. A miracle. The goddess will live again.
All the seals are shattered. The seeds of resurrection are sown throughout the world, and the end of time draws near. Freed from Manak's curse, Inuart takes Furiai's cold body in his arms and resolves to use the seeds to bring his love back and from the dead. Kaim flies in pursuit, only evil can spring from the seeds, but Inuart lost, and his grief will not hear the truth.
Die, die, die!
What?
Very well. Now we shall see whose flames burn hottest.
Why do you sound... Why does he still sound so crazy then? Oh, you know what? This fight was so great the first time around that I really, really wanted to do it twice. Oh my god. I'm gonna throw up, aren't I? I'm gonna end up throwing up. I swear. Oh, God. Since when does a pact affect your personality? Like the Red Dragon's personality does not affect Kaim's personality, right? I really hope we get to do this fight again for the third time. I hope so much. Oh my gosh. That would be the best. I am incorrect. He's heartbroken from Furia's death. It's your fault, dumbass.
Your strength is no match for my dragon fire.
Maybe. I'm so happy that the fight that made me nauseous, I have to do like again. I'm so happy. Oh wait, the page disconnected. Did my internet just die? No, it didn't. Am I still here? Are you still here? I'm gonna refresh the page. You still here? Oh my god, it's still working, right? Oh my god, my internet died. It seems it did. What? No, it didn't. Oh my gosh, I was so angry for a second there. Okay, everything seems to be under control now. My god.
Your flames burn weak, my friend. I shall show you the limits of your power.
Jesus. Amazing camera work. I love it so much. I love how the enemy can just beat me by basically sticking to me, because then I can't do anything. Oh my god. Such an amazing fight. This is so good. Such entertainment. Oh my gosh. Wait, they figured that this was a good idea. It's beyond me. I'm gonna be honest.
Very well. Now we shall see whose flames burn the hottest.
We shall see who the hotter dragon is what you're saying. Well, I'm losing more health than they are. Wow. This feels...
Is no match for my dragon fire.
This feels great. Such an amazing fight. Oh my god. Which is why we really needed it for the second time. Oh my god.
Your flames burn me. I shall show you the limits of your power.
Wonderful. Love it. Amen. God. What an amazing fight. Wow, okay, good. The game has mercy on me and my soul.
Stop! The seal is broken. To continue the battle is meaningless.
True. Thank you, thank you.
They say that dragons evolve, but I never imagined that one could grow so mighty.
Don't you have a pact? Don't you have a pact with the dragon? Was your dragon petrified as a fledgling? The seeds of resurrection lie scattered throughout the Imperial City. Are the seeds humanity's salvation or its destruction? Inuart has gone alone to try to resurrect Furiae. As hope fades from the world, Caim flies to the Imperial City. He goes to destroy the seeds and to exact revenge on the priestess Mana. Does this game ever take place in Poland?
Now is not the time to mourn. We must find and destroy all those that lead them
Amazing.
to this place into the ends of the No human can remain now. The beasts of hell have laid this place bare.
Another flying level.
No place in this world is safe from them now.
The seeds have appeared. All the races of the world are hurrying to find them.
Never know the peace.
Oh, somebody wrote me. Okay, I'm waiting for Hetman. I'm waiting to be pulled in. I feel so ill from the last battle.
The legends say that when mankind enters the seas, a new world opens to him.
Heed what I say. If you wish for humanity to live, enter not the seas.
Oh, hello, Connor. They should make a Drakengard play. I wonder if there is one. I wonder if there's a Drakengard play. Oh, we're about to be brought in. So we're gonna be having this screen as our thing. And then I will have to make them visible on the screen. Our guests are gonna hear. Okay, I'm gonna use a more cool screen for this. We're gonna take the Ptasie Mleczko, which is my favorite thing in the world. Okay. Here we go. Now we're gonna actually hello, hello. Oh my goodness. I have to make you both visible. You both have cameras, right?
Yes, everyone's camera up here.
Now, how do I make you both visible? In
So
this.
I've popped out the room and made it a separate room.
Okay, there we go.
Yeah, you might go do that. Yeah.
I'm gonna do that as well. Pop it out. Unfortunately, I'm not able to make myself visible to you because my camera is weirdly, well, it really doesn't allow me to switch sources between more than one thing, which is ridiculous because my old camera, which was technically speaking worse, could do that no problem.
Also, this doesn't. OBS doesn't let you run Discord and the camera on OBS at the same time. It's weird.
Okay, I'm gonna
Thanks, Cal.
add window source.
Say something. Make sure your audio's good.
And I have a big article on the counteroffensive on the screen to make it like very topical for the stream.
Yeah. So, I'll turn her up. You might have to turn her up too. I'll right click on her and.
Wait, there we go. Okay. You cannot hear me? I'm sorry. Maybe I should just make it myself closer to the... Okay. I'm having this Polish article on. Hello. Welcome, Hetman Koronny. Oh, before we begin, am I to take that you're in charge of us in this conversation? No, Hetman. No, if Hetman is in charge of us, this conversation, that's the highest rank. It's also like the highest military unit in the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, Hetman. That's why, yeah, that's why I said Hetman Koronny. There's a really good book on it, like in English. There's a really good book on it. It's called the Oxford History of the Union. Because I keep having to dispel the myth that the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth was just Poland when it was a union of the Kingdom of Poland and the Great Duchy of Lithuania, and also in reality it was a country of many, many nations. It wasn't just Poland. It's like a thing that I have to correct really strongly because it buys into many chauvinistic tendencies of certain Polish. Yeah, I live in Poland. Sorry? Whether? Oh, where? Oh, where? Oh, I'm sorry. Warsaw. Yeah. The capital. Even did in May. Yeah. Yeah. It's because the 80% of it was just destroyed. And it was destroyed during particularly most of the destruction was done during the uprising, the Warsaw Uprising, where famously the Red Army just chilled on the other side of the river and allowed 200,000 people to die, civilians. My grandfather, who was big on history, was a professor of law, always said that in his opinion the uprising was a huge mistake and should not have been allowed to happen, which is interesting because he said that the army higher-ups should have been the one to sort of kept the situation under control. But at the same time, he says that in 44, he was very eager to take part in it. So, you know. Yeah, 200,000, yeah. Voila, yeah. I think I know that the total roundup is 200,000, so I would not be surprised. And there was not many people talk about it. There's the aftermath of the whole thing where people were like, women with children were thrown out on the street and many other horrific things like that. The aftermath was apparently really horrible as well. And it was different. Yeah. Yeah.
Lucy, we're not coming through on your end of the stream.
That's because I cannot be on your... I cannot make myself visible. That's because the camera is already sort of registering. Oh, yeah, okay. It's good that you've told me about it. Now it should be fine.
Are we doing two double streams like with her?
Yeah, Lucy's streaming her stream, and we are streaming on ours.
Now it should be fine.
Okay.
Speaking of which, I don't think anyone here is not subscribed to Lucy, but go subscribe to Lucy.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to do that now. I'm sorry. I'm one of those people.
Okay, it should be fine now. We've been discussing. I think everybody here knows the context of what's going on, but the best point is left for when everybody can hear that. It's sometimes compared to the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising, and that was a totally different situation. Like the Warsaw Uprising was sort of bad from the get-go because it was done on bad information that have, like, the higher-ups sort of assumed that the German army was far more in retreat than it actually was. And there was also a political aspect to it to seize the city quickly and to greet the approaching Red Army as, the owners of the place, as not to... Because there was this real fear of the Red Army just wanting to,
Plundering excess.
yeah, and to, you know, which later happened after the war, that that Poland would just be taken over.
Yeah,
But
it was a pretty justified fear when you get down to it.
yeah,
No, it was extremely justified. And as far as I know, the Red Army brought with them into Poland, even, you know, even when they were liberating some camps, there were soldiers who committed sexual assaults
yeah.
on some of the camp inmates.
Hey, chat, make sure everyone's audio still sounds good too.
But
Tons of things.
it was fundamentally different from the ghetto uprising, because the ghetto uprising was done as an act of choosing the place of death, pretty much. It was not even as resistance, but more like choosing the place of death. If we're gonna be rounded up to camps, then we will stand and fight, as, you know, we will just die fighting, as we can control that. There's a,
Amazing is just how long, considering how under-equipped they were in the ghetto uprising, they were able to hold out.
yeah,
It wasn't, by any means, it wasn't a fair fight.
yeah,
They were able to really, I mean, they fought pretty valiantly, and actually, the advance, as far as I know, by the, was it a security division that put it down, or an SD?
Oh, I
forget which.
I can.
It was an SS unit, actually.
Yeah, I know the leader of it. I have like his reports after the incident, but yeah, as far as I know too, actually there were a lot of auxiliaries from neighboring countries that were sort of used as fodder
Right.
in the Warsaw Ghetto uprising, specifically Travniki men.
Yeah.
So there's
So
some
I've done
names on the list.
I've done a whole series on the uprising in May. There was a big anniversary. There was a big anniversary in the Polin Museum. Do you know the Polin Museum? Yeah.
We helped, actually. Yes, actually, I helped, but
Yeah, and we had a whole stream.
Go to the Polin Museum for a very long time, actually.
It's a really nice museum, and it has a restaurant, so you can try the Truland. Yeah. And what am I hearing?
I was just gonna say, is that?
Sorry, what are we listening to?
There's some background noise. I'm trying to see if it's coming from me.
That Dallas seems to be listening to something.
sounds like I'm a little quiet.
No, you're okay on my end.
Yeah,
I was just talking. I was listening on the stream. It sounds like I'm a little quiet.
What about me?
You
sound fine. I'm gonna move my mic up a little bit, and then I'm gonna see what happens.
We can make you louder on my end as well.
I'm screwing up the sound here.
Okay, so
Lucy, have you been to the in Krakow, the Jewish quarter there?
yes, but my mom wants to go with me again to Krakow.
What was your impression? So I went to it's very interesting because it's well preserved, but it's also very, like in English, I don't know if you'll understand, like campy. It's almost like very touristy to be.
Oh yeah, yeah. It's like the old town in Warsaw, probably.
Yeah, and like I went to a Jewish themed restaurant, and it just it was not really like what I would consider, like Jewish cuisine, or what Polish Jewish cuisine was. It was very interesting. There was actually an incident with a German patron there.
That sounds interesting.
It's very interesting. I'll get into it on some other stream.
Okay.
But yeah, it was quite.
There was a very interesting speech from the president of Warsaw, a mayor we call president in Poland. about how, because that was the truth. Like some estimates say that before the war, 1/3 of Warsaw was Jewish citizens. Some estimates that up to 50%, and that it was very much a Jewish city as much as Polish, and that the cultures just intertwined to the point that many elements are still visible in language, and that when Polish people go abroad and cannot find a Polish restaurant, they go to a Jewish one because the palette is very similar, you know?
For Ashkenazi Jewish food, so for like, the food of Poland and Ukraine, Belarus, it's all Slavic cuisine sort of made kosher.
Yeah.
So a lot of the things that you have in various Slavic cuisines, you have too in Jewish cuisine.
Yeah.
And a lot of people here aren't really aware of that so much of
Yeah.
how similar it is.
And there's this interesting Jewish aspect to the whole Ukrainian-Polish relations topic. I'm not sure if because we're all aware that after we had the context of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, which was, of course, as much as some people would love to believe it, it was not a nation state. It was a it was a it was a composite state. That's the term that's being used in the book that's in English. A book like a country of many nations. So sorry? Sorry?
Is it Norman Davies that wrote it?
No. I'm gonna look for it. I'm just gonna link it or Oxford History of the Union actually has a really nice little here we go. I have to find the book. Oh, I found it. It's written by Robert Frost.
Interesting.
And I'm gonna read a bit of this little, summary of the book if you don't mind.
Go for it.
The history of Eastern European is dominated by the story of the rise of the Russian Empire. Yet Russia only emerged as a major power after 1700. For 300 years, the greatest power in Eastern Europe was the union between the Kingdom of Poland and the Great Duchy of Lithuania, one of the longest lasting political unions in European history. Yet because it ended in the late 18th century in what are misleadingly termed the partitions of Poland, it barely features in standard accounts of European history. The making of the Polish-Lithuanian Union 1385-1569 tells the story of the formation of consensual, decentralized, multinational and religious plural state, built from below as much as above, that was founded by peaceful negotiation, not war and conquest. From its inception in 1385-6, a vision of political union was developed that proved attractive to Poles, Lithuanians, Ruthenians, which are Ukrainians and Belarusians, and Germans, a union which was extended to include Prussia in 1450 and Livonia in 1560. Despite the often bitter disagreements over the nature of the union, these were nevertheless overcome by a republican vision of union of peoples in one political community of citizens under an elected monarch. Robert Frost challenges interpretations of the union informed by the idea that the emergence of the sovereign nation state represents the essence of political modernity and presents the Polish-Lithuanian Union as a case study of a composite state.
That sounds like a good book, actually. I'm gonna probably buy it after we're done.
It sounds so from my perspective, which many Polish people would probably think weird, the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth was as much a Polish country as Lithuanian and Ukrainian and Belarusian and Jewish, and for the Tatars who are also there, the native Muslims of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth.
That's another thing a lot of people don't know about is actually that Poland has an indigenous
Yeah,
Muslim population.
that still lives in Poland to this day.
We still have
yeah,
one.
still there.
Yeah, it's still there. Yeah, and they're a Muslim. So that is very. So it is nice to see like the formation of the Lublin Triangle among Lithuania, Poland, and Ukraine, and that certain events from the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth are treated more like a shared heritage than just Poland, you know?
It is. The problem with historiographies in Eastern Europe is they're dominated sort of by a nationalist
Yes, correct,
by sort
yeah.
of this ethno-history, and it's, you know, the concept of ethnicity in this region came quite late actually, and even, you know, if you were to go back in time and go to the countryside, you know, if you were to go back into the 1600s and go into the countryside, say in, you know, in like Mazuria or some place, you know, some region of Poland,
Yeah.
and you ask a peasant, you know, who a Polish person is, they're gonna say, "Oh, aren't they the like sort of the landed gentry?" They
Yeah.
don't have this.
Yeah, this was more like I'm a Catholic or a peasant or
It's a confessional and then also a local identity.
yeah, exactly, yeah. There's a
Ukraine has that very much, even up until in large part up until I'd say even maybe the 1930s, when you start to have, you know, the Soviets strengthen, you know, with their Korenizatsiya policy, sort of strengthen, you know, Ukrainian identity. Of course, they would reverse this. They realized it was in their mind, a bad policy. But you know, you don't really see in local, like small areas among older people, that concept until later.
Right.
You know, it's
Although
more of, a concept of interest.
though, of course, like what I'm leading into was like there was the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, and of course, people were sort of mixed all over the place. And after World War One, the nation states formed, in which used to be a single country, and of course, like Poland, Lithuania, Ukraine formed as well, even though Putin would like us to believe it did not. And Poland and Ukraine went to war because of certain areas that were, for example, Lviv, which was majority Polish population, wanted to join Poland, but there were many
Ukrainians in the countryside.
Yes.
around.
And I don't really have an answer that is a clear-cut answer what should have happened there. You know, I don't really have a clear-cut answer. Oh yeah, Lviv should have just went to Poland, because there is this countryside which was a pretty substantially Ukrainian, like 15% of the total population of pre-World War II Poland was Ukrainian. So that's that was like a pretty, so like I don't think there's an easy answer as to what should have happened right after World War One.
There isn't, and what's interesting is sort of the political relations, the dichotomy of political relations between Ukrainians in the, you know, territories of what, you know, is now you know, what was the Russian Empire, the Russian imperial part of Ukraine, versus
Yeah.
the you know, parts where you had the Western Ukrainian People's Republic.
Mhm.
You actually had Jewish units within that Ukrainian army and pogroms against the Jews of the population for supporting the Ukrainian independence movement.
Yeah, that was a messy time. It was a really complicated time. And it's often gets really flattened and simplified, which is why when I hear pro-Russia people debate, people like Dylan Burns, all I can say is please stop talking about this topic, because you just don't know anything, and you're just trying to use it as an argument to advocate for cutting support for Ukraine, which I find to be pretty disgusting.
Absolutely.
Well, speaking of support for Ukraine,
Yeah, and we should get
let's
into
dial back to the modern time situation, shall we?
Yeah.
So we left off last month kind of hanging on a thread because Bakhmut had just been captured. Have we covered Bakhmut?
Yeah, we covered Bakhmut.
Yeah.
We
talked
covered.
about that.
I don't know if we cover the localized advances, on the flanks by the Ukrainian army. But now, we're at a period where this offensive was building up, and now it's just started, and it's not like something. You're seeing a lot of people who are, they're pointing to already like the slowness of the Ukrainian advance.
I've
or,
got a
like,
great, if I can interject for a second, there's a great quote about this from an article I have here. I'm going to translate it from Polish. Army expert David Sharp says that Ukrainian counteroffensive is not going to be like in the movies.
Yeah, there's kind of this concept that people had that Ukraine was just going to smash through the Russian lines.
Yeah.
And that hasn't happened. And I don't think anyone who knows really reasonably expected it to. So what we saw, like, there was obviously last week, there was those pictures of damaged tanks, Bradleys, and BTRs that was circulating.
I remember, yeah.
Yeah, what we saw
And
was like people like
the Leopard 2 A6s, which were the big, sort of.
Yeah, and like
pictures.
I don't really care who you are. If you're going to smash headlong into a minefield and then a series of trenches, you're going to take losses.
Yeah.
The vehicles are ultimately recovered and are being resurfaced, refurbished, and put back into use. And from the looks of it, the crew's probably got away too.
Yeah.
But the expectation of easily doing this is kind of got to be pushed to the side.
It's actually, when you look at it, it's a very gigantic task. I mean, it's a gargantuan task. I don't want to get into what, I think is going to happen, or, what.
It's very early yet to figure out.
Yeah, it's very early. It's way too early, but I think that to break through these specific lines will be difficult even for a military like the United States military, like our military, to accomplish.
I'd expect, like, say you take in a United States assault brigade and have it do the same task, it'd probably take a quarter of its total strength and casualties.
Yeah.
Yeah. But what
The other thing to keep.
Yeah.
The other thing I think is important to notice is there has one thing I think is a deficiency that I've seen from looking at reports is that Ukraine is having a very difficult time with providing effective anti-air cover for these advancing units.
Yeah.
So they're getting hit by Russian helicopters.
Well, my stance on the equipment of Ukraine has forever been that I think that's been shared by many experts, that the help should be, when it comes to equipment, it should be more active, and that it's like I keep talking about the name of the article that I read some time ago. It's called Ukraine is receiving a drip but not the transfusion that it needs. That if it should be like, it shouldn't be Ukraine saying we're starting to run out of this or of this. It should be like, we're giving you enough to actually have an advantage over Russia, like 2-1 or something like that, to be able to just press and decisively defeat the enemy. If that makes sense.
Yeah, the trouble with the helicopters is, like, so you hand Ukraine Patriots, and Patriots are really good at being a stationary thing that shoots down missiles or what have you. The helicopter is a different case, though, because a helicopter can fly low to the ground.
Right.
And it's hard to detect, so you need a localized weapon to take it out already to begin with. And because they're flying low to the ground, you don't have a whole lot of time as a infantryman to do something about the helicopter.
Right.
So it's kind of a problem they have to deal with.
I saw a few armored vehicles, some of the Starstreak missiles, like the I don't know, their APC platform.
Yeah.
That's a very good, weapon against helicopters and low flying aircraft. It might be the best one in existence, but I don't know how many of them they have. And it sort of forces Ukraine, because Ukraine has unfortunately expended a lot of its Soviet era stock and its Soviet era, particularly its Soviet era, anti-aircraft stock. So, the main issue is that it's being forced to use some of these more capable but more expensive and less numerous in their force
Right.
systems, like the Starstreak.
Yeah, the other problem is that this is happening at night, and it's kind of difficult to deal with helicopters at night.
There are a few things that are giving me causes for optimism. Like when the first actually reputable reports started coming in, it was about villages being, freed from the Russian occupation, which is for me always a plus. And the other is the official speeches of Putin, in which he started just outright admitting, which he would not do not so long ago, that Russia is doesn't have enough ammunition, planes, and drones, which is for me a pretty good sign.
Of course. I also think, though, now, the thing about Putin is he kept himself in an information bubble, and now he's starting to come out of that bubble. One sign of this is, of course, his closed meeting with the military bloggers, like the Telegram bloggers.
Oh my God.
That's something he
I
would
read about
never
that.
do in the past. Another hopeful sign to me, too, is sort of the unraveling of the political structures and military structures that you're starting to see. I mean, I'm not predicting a collapse or a quick end, to this, or a 1917 moment for Russia, but you have people like Prigozhin who are making statements. I mean, pretty,
I thought Prigozhin was crossing the line before Bakhmut, but the last month he's just been absolutely insane.
He is, and as reprehensible of a person as he is, the fact that someone exists now in the Russian state who can openly say that, and you have higher ups like Shoigu and all these other people who are not daring to move against him.
Yeah.
They're afraid to, because he has a very strong following.
Yeah.
Shoigu is always a weird figure for me for Russia. Like the fact that he's kept his job as long as he have is really interesting.
He has
The fact that he survived for the last year is really interesting. After the Russian army is very deficient in Ukraine.
Pretty sure he's ethnically Mongolian, yes?
No, I think he's Tuvian, actually.
Okay.
Buryat, or yeah.
Okay. Like there are a few things that are worrying me a bit. Like in Poland, there have been a few articles about Putin basically being so desperate to win with Ukraine that he is prepared to just sell away the sovereignty of Russia itself to China in order to achieve that, which I'm not sure how serious of a topic we should treat this as.
I mean, that sounds a little bit out there, but I mean,
that would be a pretty extreme position for Russia.
Yeah. I think that if anything, the more reliant that Russia becomes on China, the more likely down the road that there's going to be some antagonism once Putin is gone between the Russian state and China.
Oh, Putin apparently just cares for the short-term victory with Ukraine right now.
Well, that victory is kind of like Putin being able to take something to Russia and say, this is what we've won for all of this. Is very important to him. If he's not able to do that, he's going to not be alive.
Right. The second, yeah.
And he's largely dug this hole for himself. You know, he could have gone on with the status quo, and he would have died and gone, you know, in the eyes of many Russian nationalists, as one of the greatest leaders in Russia.
Probably. After all, there are a few books, at least from a few years ago, that say that he will be remembered probably to be a renewer of Russia. So that's gone now.
Yeah, that's very likely gone. I am very skeptical, though, as always, that Ukraine, in the short term or even medium term, is going to get all of its lost territory back militarily.
That is pretty worrying. But there's also, I'm not sure if you've heard the newest, and I treat it a bit more seriously because it's done by Sergei Karaganov. I'm not sure if you're familiar with Sergei
Heard the
Karaganov.
name before.
Like, he's like the advisor to Putin. He's like one of the main orchestrators of this invasion, actually, from certain aspects. And he has been throwing around a proposition. There have been quite a few articles on this too, that Russia, in order to win, should basically strike at Western countries like Poland. He was mainly alluding to Poland, that Russia should bomb Poznań, should nuke Poznań, and that only a madman in the White House would risk trading Boston for Poznań. That's basically the logic.
I don't think, Cal, that Shogu has actually ever served in the Russian army. I'm checking right now just to be sure. No, he's never served. He holds a rank, but he has no military education.
Oh.
So he doesn't gone through the typical Russian.
He would have gone through the compulsory mobilization in the Soviet military.
He would have, but that's not necessarily going to be put him in an officer's role.
No, it's not.
Remotely. So he's explicitly wearing a general's uniform, but he holds the title of General of the Army, which I don't necessarily know if it's an associated rank. It is in the American military, but we don't have anyone who's held it since World War II.
All of these higher ups in the Russian military, what has become abundantly clear, except with the exception of a few, maybe like Sorovikin, and a few that have somewhat of a military mind, most of them got to where they did by typical mafia means. So
yeah, I'm not entirely certain that the Russian military holds the same prestige for a person that you would have for serving in the United States. It doesn't seem like people give a great deal of deference to American veterans, and sometimes a lot farther than they really should.
in Russia, there is a great deal of deference to World War II veterans. They're starting more in Ukraine, and you know, like at least before the war, and even now still a little bit, because a lot of those, several of those who fought in Afghanistan are now fighting in the Ukrainian army, which they're, you know, really old, still very old to be fighting, but you know, there's starting to be more deference towards Afghan victims. Chechen War, especially the first Chechen War, those veterans were treated very horribly.
That's what happens when you lose.
Yeah, and in general too, though, there's not a lot of, I mean, there are support structures for veterans in both Russia and Ukraine and Belarus, but they're not as well funded and extensive in terms of the services that they provide as ours are.
And ours aren't that well funded either.
You know, so.
No, but like, it does not seem. It's weird because you would expect Russia to have a really good officer corps because
Um,
that's all they've got as far as standing military goes. But they don't.
The problem with the Russian army is actually its officer corps. Part of the problem with the Ukrainian army too is the legacy of that, is that Soviet
Right.
legacy as well. There is this tendency for everything to come from the top rather than making decisions at the ground level, taking the initiative like at the ground level. And Ukraine is sort of in a, as you know, some military analysts like Michael Kaufman and Rob Lee have pointed out, Ukraine is sort of in this
middle zone.
middle zone, yeah, evolving phase. And it's not where, like, one problem I have, and I've said this on our streams before, is somewhat of the coverage of this war here. It's always way too optimistic. It's not very realistic as to the situation on
Right.
the ground. Both, you know, in terms of the military situation, the humanitarian situation, and also the political situation.
Yeah.
But the thing is that Ukraine, it still is dealing with a lot of these issues from the Soviet era in its military, and that prevents it from, you know, from performing as well as it could. But also there are strengths, like I have said, you know, there are some strengths that they have taken away from the Soviet military tradition, particularly when it comes to defense, and also deep attack. So
Right.
Yeah, I suspect. Here's the thing. I've looked at some of the pictures of Russia's defensive positions, and I've noticed something. When you dig a trench to defend a position, you dig it perpendicular to the expected axis of attack, because you want the enemy to come at the length of the trench and to fight along the length of the trench. You then dig perpendicular to your trench communication trenches that run back to other trenches, so that you can move casualties back and bring fresh troops forward. Russia hasn't been digging those communication trenches.
no, they haven't actually.
And like, so they can't move troops forward. But I think more importantly, it's much harder for troops to retreat, because in order to retreat, they have to leave the trench. So it's like Russia's kind of planning around their low morale to a certain degree, and it's ghoulish, but it makes sense.
I mean, that's a bit of a part of Russia's history in a way.
It is, and Wagner uses those tactics too, especially with the, you know, its expendable forces. It keeps the more skilled, their more skilled units behind, and uses basically cannon fodder to find out, you know, probing cannon fodder. So it's not
Yeah.
like big, large human waves. It's like small squads that they send out, and they use that to find weaknesses within
The armor.
the defense line.
Yeah, Wagner, it seems, has withdrawn and is now feuding with the entire Ministry of Defense openly, though, which is a good sign.
No, that's very welcome.
Yeah. Any bad thing happening to within Russia is a good thing for everyone.
The trouble is, so we spent the entire winter with Russia attacking into Bakhmut
Right.
and a couple other places, and all these things went very poorly for Russia. So a force on the attack, you expect is going to take more casualties by virtue of being on the attack. Now Ukraine is on the attack in multiple places, and they're going to start to pick up a higher casualty count. This doesn't necessarily mean that the counteroffensives aren't working, but it also is a painful sign for Ukraine.
Of course, and also too, one has to keep in mind that, you know, this is another thing about how the way in which the conflict is covered here in the West, and I don't think maybe it's not the same way in Poland. I don't know, Lucy, but
And Poland is pretty aggressively pro-Ukraine to the point where you can hear stuff in the media like Ukraine is fighting the army of rapists and murderers. I'm not sure how often you will hear that in the U.S. media. That this phrasing.
But there's a sense, of I think it has to do more with the fact that many news agencies, when they, have an expert come in and talk, it's not someone who is a military analyst, or even if it's like, say, like there's who's the Ben Hodges, I think, one of the retired.
Yes.
He's he's another example of what I'm talking about. He's saying it's very possible, God willing, actually, I'd really love this, but it's very possible that Ukraine will have this, complete victory by the end of summer. We'll take back Crimea. And that's just, that sets expectations very high. It sets some people who have those expectations. It's not just normal people. There are, political figures, people within our government who are expecting that.
Like
a contingent on, keep up the supply of weapons to Ukraine, and that's just not.
When it comes to
set expectations too high, you have to be realistic.
when it comes to the Polish, like how it's being, from what I've seen when I read the coverage, it's been coverage like that the war will definitely not end like for over a year more, or that like there were experts who were saying that actually there is a big danger or a big drawback that sometimes is not taken into consideration, that the longer the war goes, the more, because Russia keeps throwing cheap stuff, let's just say, at Ukraine, and Ukraine uses expensive equipment. So the more the war goes on, the more expensive it becomes for Ukraine, and the question of sustainability becomes a concern the longer the war continues.
Well, I also think Russia, to keep things in perspective, Russia doesn't have their expensive equipment. They don't have any more than, they have less than a dozen Su-57s, and they have maybe 8 T-14 tanks. Like, all they have is their cheap stuff.
Yeah, but that ironically becomes a problem.
They don't have something to fall back on as they start to run into shortages either.
Right, but like,
the thing is, though, is that the sanctions haven't bit as much as the West had hoped. It hasn't halted their production of military.
No, the only real way
they're starting to get on sort of a war economic footing with their industrial capacity, with their production.
Although they're still not quite yet, and those are words of Putin, that they're not quite yet there.
But it is something that they're starting to do.
Yeah.
Ukraine won't be able to change that though, unless we give them weapons that can take out Russian factories.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure that anyone's willing to do that.
I would be in favor of that, to be quite honest, because there's a lot of rhetoric of when Russia attacks Ukraine, it's war, but when Ukraine actually fights back in a war, it's treated like terrorism or escalation, which I find it to be very strange personally.
It's really hypocritical.
Well, it goes like I get why Russia does that, because it goes to their narrative that Ukraine's not a real country anyway.
Yeah, but I hear that from Western sources like the Young Turks and such and the like.
The Young Turks have gone full fash. Let's be perfectly honest. They've gone over the deep end. Boop. But like,
I never liked them to begin with, honestly.
People making that distinction outside of Russia, it's just a really weird position.
Like whenever
It's like here's Russia punching Ukraine in the nose, and Ukraine bothers to punch back, and then
Yeah, like whenever I hear this argument, all I can say is like it's war. Have we noticed that it's actually war? Like, of course, it should
thing I
be.
noticed on that Wick panel with the pro-Russian side is they're like, yeah, they're like, yeah, I'm okay with supporting Ukraine, but this war shouldn't have started. I'm like, okay, you think this war shouldn't have started? That's a dubious position to have in the first place. But in the second place, the war has started.
Yeah,
I
that's what I
mean,
was just gonna say. It's also too late to have that debate anymore. To have
yeah,
a debate on the origins of this conflict, which you can have, you can actually debate, the origins of it.
and
Something you can do, but now it's past that point. It's
yeah,
past the point of really any sort of negotiations or anything. And to be honest, it's the impetus of attack with this, the impetus, the aggressor here is Putin.
yes,
That's the truth. He
yeah,
had the choice not
to
to,
not to, yeah,
and he did it anyway.
and
He still is pursuing. He still has a maximalist goal. I think he probably realizes now that those goals are unattainable in
yeah,
short term and medium term. My fear is that as Ukraine, if they expend too much of their forces, if this offensive is too costly, it's gonna take away strength from other areas in the border that I really worry about. I don't
yeah,
know if you know, Lucy, but my roots are in Chernihiv Oblast in the northeast, so they're right there. They're right outside there. And there was talk recently
you're there right now.
setting up a buffer zone.
Are you there right now?
I mean, they're not in.
No, no. Are you there right now?
No.
No, he was
Oh,
got out of there
okay.
about 2 weeks
Okay.
prior. It was 2 weeks, yeah, right?
3 weeks. Yeah.
It was not very long prior.
Okay.
Yeah, and I actually was very reluctant to go. I didn't think that this would happen.
Well, we were talking. He and I were talking a lot prior to the 24th. Now, like my theory was, Russia can't win this war in the time they have allotted before Ukraine turns to mud, and Russia knows they can't
the
do this.
forces that they had with the
But
with
they're-
forces they allotted.
So, like, Russia's not stupid. They're not going to do it. Oops.
Yeah.
There are a lot of like disgusting narratives that I hear from certain English-speaking Russia shills, I shall call them. Like one is, if only we wouldn't give about the US, if only we wouldn't give support, the war would have ended a year ago. Which, of course, I read as, oh, so you basically wanted Ukraine to lose a year ago, or we should, or the second, we should cut support and pressure Ukraine to negotiate, which means, oh, so you basically want Ukraine to surrender and give Russia land.
The thing is they're absolutely wrong too with that assumption, because a lot of people, when they saw all of those planefuls of anti-tank missiles coming in, and all of this sort of Western, when we first started sending weapons, as this was building up, those weapon systems were not what halted the advance. It wasn't NLAWs and javelins that were destroying Russian columns in northern Kievsko Oblast or in Chernigivsko Oblast. It was actually artillery doing a lot of that. Sometimes air power, but also Ukrainian, like a lot of those forces had their old Soviet era tech, and then also old sort of Soviet era based tech.
And apparently with the Kiev thing, a lot of was done by the anti-tank mines.
Yeah.
Kyiv.
So even it wouldn't have worked anyway. It was doomed to fail. That
and
campaign in the north.
Interestingly, because I seem to have a book on everything, there's this book called, which predicted a surprising amount of things. It's from 2015, and it's written by Yuri Fershtinsky and Mikhail Stanchev. It's called Third World War, The Battle for Ukraine. It basically says that sooner or later Russia will just attack Ukraine, that the whole West will basically support Ukraine, and then there's a chance that Russia will not be able to sustain and will just fall apart. So we'll see if the latter part will.
I think Russia's coming to a point where they're going to have to try to mobilize / not really, but mobilize again.
Yeah.
Or set another mobilization.
Yeah.
They're looking very thin in a lot of places.
And the most interesting sentence is that the total fault for the war will be placed solely on Putin's shoulders. So
yeah, the other I think the other thing to keep in mind about all of this is that there's kind of a limit to what Russia can accomplish. They have spent a great deal of their resources already. So even if they mobilize again, they still going to have trouble adequately equipping
I
that.
don't think that they're going to be able to recapture huge swaths of the territory again.
Yeah.
The most likely, like the most
can do, is I think that they can successfully defend what they've taken, and make
they can probably stalemate what they've taken.
Yeah. If they are not even able to fully successfully defend what they've taken, they will inflict horrible casualties.
Yeah, like maximalist goal for Ukraine is not even necessarily reaching the coast now.
Yeah,
I think the best goal, Ukraine is going to
trick the Russian forces. Really,
I think that's probably what's going to happen. But if Ukraine has better beyond any reasonable expectation from a military standpoint, would be to adequately cut Russia's supply rail line running through the occupied territory. Because if they can do that, then they basically halved Russia's logistical capacity.
Yeah.
And it might make, and this is kind of segueing now, but it might make getting into the unflooded remaining regions around Kherson easier. And with that, let's bring up the dam explosion.
Okay.
And the fallout from that.
One of my friends that I work with, her great uncle died in those floods. He was paraplegic, and they found him floating.
I think that the number of victims from that flooding will probably be bigger than the estimations said when it happened. That is what I think.
For sure. It's no doubt higher. You know,
No,
you're not even.
I don't think you're able to get a good count.
Yeah.
Like
the entire region, like the itinerant populations, like the homeless populations that.
Yes. Like for example, because that's of course a precedent for Russia. Like when they did the same thing during World War II, the estimated deaths were between 20,000 and 120,000. That is an estimate that I don't like.
I actually, about the Dnepro flooding, I don't believe it's as high as the estimates, some of the estimates, that are given. There's an article written by a very reprehensible person. I'm not going to mention his name. He is serving in the Ukrainian armed forces. He is a real neo-Nazi. And he's an historian who tries to back up, is very pro-German. But every once in a while, even a person like him writes a good article.
Right.
He actually wrote one about the myths of the Dnepro sabotage. And one of them is, of course, the amount of civilian casualties. So every even in Nutcase, it has his time to shine, and that is his time. But I don't believe they were certainly high, but they weren't as high as 100,000 for sure.
Yeah. But that it's a pretty big sort of, how do you say, bracket, because it says from 20,000 to 120. So it sort of leaves room for it could be 30, 40. It's it's a big.
Yeah, I'm not gonna place any estimate,
Yeah.
because I don't, you know,
But
I
the
know,
point,
yeah,
the point, and of course, only 1,500 German soldiers were killed in that thing. So, but the point is that I'm sure that the number of victims will be, well, big in this.
for
From
sure.
the beginning, the Ukrainian Security Service released intercepts on this. The Russians talking about it after the fact. So it looks like they had rigged the dam to blow and were already not maintaining it properly. And the commander of the unit that was assigned to that got drunk and blew it up accidentally.
Well, actually, like a prevailing theory in Poland, at least, that sort of emerged was that the unit wanted to scare Ukraine and just messed it up.
Yes, like whatever, however you're looking at the intention was clearly to blow the dam if Ukraine attacked in that direction, and they just screwed it up. They made what's called in military theory an oopsie poopsie.
So a pretty costly oopsie poopsie, I would say.
Yeah, it was because like
Can I say something? You know how there's the derogatory term for Russian soldiers is orcs?
Yeah.
They kind of remind me more of the orcs of Warhammer 40K
Not from Warcraft, that's for sure.
Yeah, or not from Warcraft or Lord of the Rings. They're more like that's such an orc, a Warhammer orc.
It's a weird it's a weird topic to go on to, but I think out of the three orcs listed here, the Warcraft one were the most efficient and sort of organized ones. So
That's sort of the smartest ones too.
yeah.
became Mary Sue's after Warcraft 3.
Yeah.
Well, they were still smart and sort of in Warcraft 2 as well, but I digress. But the thing is,
the problem is that they screwed it up. So not only did this cause massive civilian casualties, and these are ongoing casualties because Russia keeps shelling the relief.
Yes, yeah.
They also washed out their own troops because their own troops were not prepared for the dam to be destroyed. They had not retreated from their positions. So that's why I was originally very hesitant to say that Russia had done this on purpose, because it was a really stupid move.
But of course,
Russian collateral. Some of it is definitely acts of terror. It's definitely, meant to demoralize and bring fear to the civilian population. That is certain. But I am not of the belief that Russia is wasting most of its, most valuable missiles to hit some random small apartment block in Kryvyi Rih or some Dnipro or something.
No, I have a feeling that Russia's missiles don't work as well as Russia had originally advertised they do.
No, that's how I feel too. Is that they don't work as well. That and probably the people who are operating them are very, incompetent as well.
Although to
operate a missile in a couple hours.
I feel like if these were Iranian missile operators,
would
have been done actually.
Although to sort of
but Iranians, when they actually retaliated for Soleimani's death, they hit that base pretty hard.
Right.
Luckily, we were very lucky.
But to sort of
lose anyone. They were accurate, and a lot of their tech is derived from North Korean tech, which is derived from Soviet tech,
right,
or Chinese tech. So,
but to sort of offset it, I believe that there are many civilian targets that they target quite deliberately, like hospitals, like ambulances, even kindergartens.
And we know that for sure because of what we saw in Syria too.
Yeah. Absolutely. It's definitely we know. Well, that's a Russian, almost 20-year tradition at this point. Like it's a reasonable
I
to.
think it's over 20 years. It goes back to Soviet times. It's a Soviet tradition.
For the Russian Federation to the first.
And like there's this because Poland has sent extra ambulances through its NGOs, which is a pretty nice thing, and they've also been targeted by Russia.
At this point, they'd probably be better off not marking the ambulances.
And because of the targeting of hospitals, there were actually situations in which people had to be taken from Ukraine to Polish hospitals to be treated. So that's also.
As I understand it, there is a certain lack of medical treatment going on altogether in Russia or in Ukraine proper.
Well, that's understandable, all things considered, that Ukraine has been deprived of electricity. Like the most extreme stories that we reported were like surgeries done not even under generators but with candles as lighting. So
yeah, the only thing I have noticed more than that they have been moving people out to Poland and Germany for hospital treatment is if they're sufficiently highly ranked. Is what the report has been. So,
well, it depends because there are also many private people involved in these sort of things. There are NGOs that are from Poland that just sort of go to Ukraine to take people from the front lines and take them to hospitals, and those also sort of like do things, so it's like there's also those less governmental official channels. Like there's this famous translator from Poland that just became the person that drives used cars to the battlefield and refurnishes them and renews them to be used by Ukrainian soldiers, These sort of things take many facets.
I'm just, I'm just really trying to figure out, we don't know what's, this whole war is just kind of seeing what comes next. And I think that's any event, but, this, I want to be optimistic, but it's hard for me sometimes to be optimistic.
Yeah. My biggest hope is that the support keeps going and that the support quality increases,
The support keeping going, at least here in the United States, is going to be definitely an artifact of if Democrats maintain the White House.
And of course, there's the one positive thing that gives me nice feeling, so to speak, is that because going back, what do you think of that whole, what's his name? I keep forgetting his name. What do you think of this whole Sergei Karaganov business that I've mentioned before?
You mean with the nuclear stuff?
Nuking Poznan.
Yeah, there's a lot of politicians that, are advisors to Putin, people that spout off that rhetoric. I don't think that, at the end of the day, that's what I think it is. I'm not going to rule it out because anything can happen.
Yeah, I do think so as well.
It kind of reminds me of Zhirinovsky. I don't know if you remember him, just some of the crazy things he would say. And Medvedev also.
Right. Although the last time when any official was doing rhetoric like that was a year ago. Usually it was the talking heads from the TV.
That man, every time he gets on Twitter, just sleeping pills and booze shouldn't be mixed.
But I think I would take this a bit more serious than the talking heads from the Russian TV. But what I want to focus more is the West's response to it, It's the NATO response that this war is not a sprint, it's a marathon, and we're committed to it long term, is the statement that sort of makes me more optimistic.
Here's the thing. If Russia launches a nuclear missile, we detect the launch. We don't know until the missile is launched where it's going to land.
Hate towards herself.
But we can turn around and immediately fire our missiles. So Russia has to launch all its missiles or none of its missiles. So they don't really have the option to just nuke a city. They have to do the full thing, which causes us to do the full thing. And we are now all dead.
The Sergei sort of main logic behind this is that the main logic is basically the West will not risk any of its cities for this region, that the region has been historically already traded for peace basically before, that this will just happen again. Like after World War II, Poland was basically traded to the Soviet Union for the sake of stability. And his hope is that it will just happen again.
They might have gotten away with that before they invaded. They might have. But now I think they're too far. Everyone's too far into it.
Yeah, that's the thing. Is they had that same assumption too with invading Ukraine, that there wouldn't be any support.
Yeah.
The nuclear deterrent would be strong enough.
It's true. Yeah.
Here's the thing. Like people try to say very falsely, I think, that NATO expansion caused the war, which isn't really the case.
Yeah, I mean,
they haven't attacked a NATO country.
I mean, there was a little event. If you're both probably familiar with the little event in 1968 called the invasion of Czechoslovakia,
Of course.
which was also actually the main pretext was that NATO is about to take over Czechoslovakia and the West is about to take over. So that's that's also a precedent when it comes to justifying invasion by Russia.
It's actually also the precedent for 2008's invasion of Georgia.
I think though too, they give excuses for their actions, but the real reason for it has to do with sort of historical narratives.
Yes, I agree with that
Do with
100%.
Russia, Belarus, and Ukraine.
Yes.
In the eyes of Russian nationalists, in the eyes of someone like Putin,
Yes.
as being one united entity, not separate ones.
I think it goes back to
For him, the reason why this war started, when it did, why it did, was less. I mean, they're multifaceted, but the real reason in my mind is that the ultimate crowning achievement for him would have been, like the action plan to go in, depose the Zelensky government, install a puppet, and then all really cleanly done. And then bring Ukraine back under Russia's orbit.
Yeah.
That would have been his crowning achievement, and then he could go to his grave with that.
Yes.
That didn't happen. It didn't happen because he was in that information bubble.
Yeah.
The fact that one thing that this tells me too is it shows I don't know if it's because of the fact that he's surrounded by yes men, or the fact that maybe the FSB, maybe the military intelligence had good intelligence and knew that this was going to happen, and he didn't listen, or was kind of cut off from them. But part of me thinks that the FSB, GRU, they're really inefficient intelligence organs. They're plagued by the same issues.
I think what they developed is a case
Other
of
Russian.
I don't think they're inefficient intelligence organs. I think what they wanted to do is tell the Russian oligarchs what the Russian oligarchs wanted to hear. And they did this in spite of the fact that they knew better.
That's possible too.
Right.
Here's the thing I've noticed about the Russian army, and I think this works out to a lot of organs in Russian society. And the same is true of the Russian Navy, is that they do the thing, and they do their thing. Like, they do their grift and their graft, and they take stuff out of supply depots, and they sell grenades, and they sell tires, and they don't do their maintenance and stuff. And they tell everybody that that they're doing what they're supposed to be doing. I think the FSB does the exact same thing and knows
That's what I
better.
was saying. That's exactly what I had in mind.
Uh,
They're plagued by the same corruption and the same.
But to me, this is very interesting what you just said about the main reason, because I completely agree with this. I think it goes, many people don't seem to understand this, that this goes quite far back. And once again, it goes back to how Rush, you know, with that in Polish it's called Rush, was part of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, and almost became its own country within the Union, the Great Duchy of Lithuania.
Lithuania, Poland, and Rus. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, the other
Litwy, Polski i Rusi.
Was that part of one of the compromises of the Treaty of Hadach?
It was Unia Radziecka.
Yeah, that's
right.
Yeah.
Unia Radziecka. It wasn't a compromise. The Union was made to create the Commonwealth of the Free Nations, and Russia could not bear it to happen, and it invaded. And
maybe yeah.
But the thing is that because the Commonwealth had a pretty specific system, which it had laws enshrined to allow individual communities to, and it was in the self-interest of the nobility, but it turned out working out for many people, that there was the law of respecting the other. That was the actual name of the law, and it forbade from trampling on other groups' language, culture, etc., which meant that Rus could freely practice the language, customs, etc., while what later became Russia was for the longest time under the influence of Mongolia, of the Mongolian Empire, which meant that the language also became under the influence of the Mongolian Empire, which meant that, technically speaking, what became Ukrainian, so the Rus language, Ruski language, was more closer to, yeah?
Can I interject? So that's a lot of that is coming from I would say a rather even racist, I'm not accusing you of
Yeah.
That's very much the Polish nationalist or Polish sort of Slavicist narrative, and also the Ukrainian one.
Right.
The Russian language did not have a significant influence from the Mongol Tatar languages. Certainly it had some influence, Baltic languages, but it's by and large a very, very Slavic language. And when you look at
No, that's you misunderstand. That's not what I'm trying to say. What I'm trying to say is that it might have not been a big influence, but it was enough influence for Russia, what became Russia, to be upset with the existence of the Rus language itself. Does that make sense?
I get what you mean. Yeah, that I can understand. Yeah.
Like that the existence of Rus and the Rus language was sort of seen as the undermining of the main point of the creation of Russia, which was supposed to be the inheritor of the Kiev Rus, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I think I think this continues to sort of basically today.
It does. That's exactly what I was getting at, actually. You eloquently, much more eloquently described it than I did. No, that's to me, that's also the roots of the concept.
Yeah, because
and so many people miss that.
Yeah, because during the panel with Anastasia from Ukraine, I'm not sure if you've seen that panel.
The WIC panel.
The WIC, have you seen it?
Oh, painful.
You've seen it, Hetman?
No.
Okay, so there was this argument that Anastasia started like talking about this, like the Kiev Rouge, how this went on, etc. And the person, which clearly didn't get it, said, "So you're saying that there's this essential part of Russian, sort of inbuilt part of Russian that keeps this going no matter what this system is in Russia, whether it's Russian Empire, the USSR, or the current Russia, then there's this essential part of every Russian." And I think saying that either is dishonest or misses the point of the national narrative that sort of persisted through the changes of systems.
Was that Scott who said that?
It might have been the non-smoker person.
Yeah, because Scott can go fuck a bag.
But also a lot of people seem to be missing a big point. There's a really good book that demonstrates this. It's called State or Revolution. It's a Polish book about the communists and socialists from before World War I and after World War I, and that the communists who fought the socialists because their goals did not align, wanted to join the revolution. And the sentence in the book, which is really telling and illustrating, says, "The communists of Poland were so enamored with the idea of revolution, they could not see that the USSR was basically a continuation of Russian imperial policy." So that's, where it when it comes to the...
Has that book been translated?
I'm not sure. I will have to check. It's a book about, because before Poland was a country, there was a strong discussion on whether or not there should be a state or if there should be just revolution. So that's...
One thing I really wish to do in the future is start learning the Polish language, because in my field it's really, really useful. My advisor, actually, he does a little bit on sort of the origins of Stalinist repression in Ukraine, actually, and in the 30s, and a lot of it had to do with the international political situation, specifically the axis, the fear of an axis of allegiance between Japan and Poland.
Oh yeah.
He's, by the way, I don't know if you've heard of Hiroaki Kuromiya. He was my advisor.
No. But Japan and Poland have had a really specific relationship for a long time. During World War II, very famously, when Poland declared war on Japan, Japan's response was, "Okay, it's okay. We understand. You're just being controlled by the West. It's okay." And wink, wink. It's okay. We're just gonna let it hang. We're just not gonna respond to your declaration of war on us. I know we're friends. That was basically the response to Poland. So, But speaking of, because I'm actually probably gonna, speaking of learning languages, be learning Ukrainian, which I've heard from quite a few sources. One of them being an old man I've overheard in the bank, that Polish is actually a lot more similar to Ukrainian than Ukrainian is to Russian.
Structurally speaking, lexically speaking.
Lexically speaking, yeah. Vocabulary, yeah.
It had a lot more of the influence of the Polish language.
Someone is supposed to be sending me books on Russian.
Like 70% about is similar.
It's you, Hetman. It's you. You were supposed to be sending me.
I know that grammar not as much, but I know that vocabulary-wise it's really similar.
Yeah, it's something like maybe some estimates place it at around like 70 to 80%.
Yeah.
The issue about Polish and the struggle that I have in understanding it is really mostly just the consonant clusters and vowel shifts.
Right.
When I am able to focus on that, like to not pay too much, like to focus
You
on.
want to give us an
I'm
example?
able to understand it. Do you want like an example? So, the word for hour, I think, is the same in Polish, right? So in Ukrainian, it's hodina.
Godzina. Yeah, basically very similar.
You have the word for agreement. You were just saying haidachsky. So uhody, it's uhody in Ukrainian, and I think it's
Ugoda. Ugoda, yeah.
just like consonant differences in the pronunciation.
Yeah.
But a lot of similarities in Slavic languages in general. Almost, more so than there are in Romance languages, I would say.
Yeah.
Russian and Ukrainian, though, see, the thing is it's languages, the way that they work is they're a continuum, and the
Yeah.
further you get to Poland in Ukraine, the more the language starts to take on Polish characteristics.
Yeah.
And the further east you go in Ukraine, the more the language takes on Russian characteristics. There's also, I'm sure you know about the widely spoken mix of
Yes. Yes.
Sorchak. So Sorchak is, a lot of people sort of a lot of like there's a very good study. It's called Broken Tongues by a woman, a linguist, Lada Bileniuk. Her theory is that it emerged via sort of contact, like the periphery, contacting with the center.
Right.
So basically, Ukrainian peasants trying to adapt, like these new Russian words, and
Right.
that's probably a factor. But also, when you look at some of the, Ukrainian poets from left bank Ukraine, specifically like, in Poltava, Sumy, Kharkivshina, Slobodanshina, Chernihiv region, you see features, within the language itself, which have similar, they're similar to Russian, or they
Right.
they share similar lexicon.
And
So to me, there's a lot of people who state, okay, Ukrainian and Russian are, Russian's only 65% similar lexically to Ukrainian, but that's not 100. That's not entirely true. Ukrainian is an incredibly difficult language, and the reason why it's difficult is not because it's a Slavic language. I mean, that's one reason, but to me, what makes Ukrainian very difficult is because it is such, it was only standardized very recently. There are many, it's lexically very diverse, and there's many ways to say the exact same phrase. So, I mean, it's a really, I think it's a lexically richer language, I think, in some ways than Russian is.
right. Yeah. And I've know that in certain, although Anastasia said that the more Ukrainian version is to say tak, not da.
Da.
But
Where I travel, everybody says da.
yeah, but Anastasia says that that's more Russian than Ukrainian.
Yeah, it's certainly more Russian than Ukrainian, likely. But
But I know that tak is the Polish word.
it is also, the Polish word, I believe.
Yeah.
Is it in Czech or Slovak?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Speaking of books, do you have me on screen, or do you have my stream on screen, or do you not have me open on?
I have only the.
Do you have us on stream? Do you have our chat open?
Okay, yeah, I don't. I'm not gonna lie.
Because I've got.
No, I've tackled it.
I've got here a book.
Everyone should
seven.
Explicit questions.
Do you see? Can you see me?
Hold on one moment. I'm trying to.
Hang on, I'll send you her stream.
Analyst, you're gonna have to send me a link because I was doing this all from Discord. My computer had a bit of a malfunction before I got it on here.
I want to share and copy the link, and then I'm going to send the link to Hetman. I'm sending it to you in Discord.
On Discord? Okay.
Yes. Because you can use Discord too. Because right now everyone thinks that I keep you in a closet and only let you out during showtime. So, you should participate more.
Not only that, I should make my own show. I mean, like on our channel, I need to do my own. I wanna have my
A
one
voice.
friend just defended his doctoral dissertation, and I want to have him on our show.
We will. If you sit for 5 minutes, I'll get that arranged so that you should be able to launch from the channel.
Am I visible to you?
I just sent him the link.
On which? Oh, okay. Now we see. Okay.
Direct messages in Discord.
Yeah, I got it.
But we have a whole Discord server here with people in it who sometimes talk.
Sometimes.
Hi, Lucy. Now I can see you.
Hello. So this is the book.
To turn off the sound on YouTube.
Right. It's on the topic of Holodomor. It's the 7th volume of a series, actually.
Is that in English or is that in what?
It's
let me actually go to full screen real quick.
It's both in Ukrainian and Polish.
Holodomor Ukrainian. Can I see the author real quick? Can you do?
I don't think there's a single author. It's done by a collaboration of the government.
Interesting. I don't have that volume actually. I have a lot of
It's
literature on the whole.
written by. This is not actually like. This is a collection of primary sources on a collection of documents, orders, that basically, without painting a narrative, they show the picture of what was happening during those years, just by showing the documents alone. The only, yeah.
There's a saying in it's a lot of in the Ukrainian historical community, a lot of books are released of just declassified archival
Yes,
documents.
and this is
In
one
some
such book.
journals that I follow, there's a section which is just called Mova Dokumentów. It's just
Mowa dokumentów.
yeah.
Yeah, I understood it.
Yeah, it's the same like in Polish.
Yeah, mowa dokumentów. And so it's like the only thing that is semi-narrativized is like the part written by the Polish president and the thing written by the Ukrainian president, which at the moment of the publication of this book was Viktor Yushchenko.
Viktor Yushchenko.
Yeah. The book was
sort of, he brought back, when he became president, Ukrainian, history in Ukraine became more, nationalist centered. It started, the nationalist movement of Ukrainian history, or the I don't know where I'm struggling with my words even in English right now.
actually, if you can read Ukrainian, the institutes that wrote the book are listed here.
Let me see. It's very blurry.
Take it closer.
Yeah, I'm having a hard time seeing it. Галузовий архів. This is from the archives of the SPU archive, the Служба безпеки.
The segregated archive, the National Archive of the Security Forces
These are
of Ukraine.
basically the old KGB, MVD, NKVD in Russian. They're the old archives of this. I actually, when I was doing my master's, I did research for my thesis in one of the SPU archives, which
Right.
unfortunately was lost to this war.
Well, hopefully some of the things from that archive are saved and like
Me,
through books like this.
me and my colleague, who did years worth of research in there, saved about maybe collectively 500 to 1,000 files,
Yeah.
separate archival
But
most of which have to do with the Second World War, have to do with the Nazi occupation. But
the big hope is that a lot of us saved through books such as these, because there's another book that I've got.
there has been. I mean, that's how it survives. I wonder if I actually have one of those books. With me. Hold on.
Don't worry, folks.
We're just
We didn't
doing
wanna get anything done today.
we're just doing book showing now.
Yes.
We're just doing book
I do have one of
comparison.
those books.
Oh, show. And then I will show the second book, which is of the same variety. Right. Yeah, what is it about? Oh my goodness, it reminds me of my book a bit.
The person who compiled this, I really hate his guts, and we have kind of some mutual animosity towards each other. But he did a really good thing in doing this.
Right. I've got a similar book actually here. I'm not sure if
Oh,
the
right.
topic is. I'm not sure if the topic is similar.
The thing now is that the compiler of this volume has to cough up these volumes and give them back to the Ukrainian government so we can set up a digital archive.
Right. Like
He's going to be reluctant to do that because he is a prick.
You have this, right?
Check Discord. The email that I sent you is your email you use for YouTube, right?
What do you think of this book?
Prikaz, wait, hold on. Nakaz номер 1353. Uh-huh. Is this the NKVD? Show me the bottom of the book. Hold on, what?
The bar.
It's like the 1937, 1938.
1939, 1941.
Операція pro script. Sorry,
No, I'm actually pretty amused. It's a little funny.
This is the terror that they brought to Eastern Poland, Western Ukraine when they came.
Yeah.
So the repressions and then
The purges, etc. This is also a collection of sources.
What's very interesting is a large portion of the deportees in that wave of terror, actually, I think larger in terms of overall numbers and percentage of the population. And overall numbers were actually Jews and Poles. And believe it or not, many Jews, they were deported to the gulags prior, to Operation Barbarossa, and it actually, a lot of them died, but the ones who were deported there, it actually saved their lives.
Yeah, I'm not.
Much more certain that they were going to die
in the camps.
Yeah.
But and of course there's a reason why Lviv is no longer a majority Polish city.
Yeah.
And the same with, which surprised me a lot when I was learning about it, that Lviv I could understand, but the fact that Vilnius was a majority Polish city actually surprised me a bit.
You didn't know that? Polish and Jewish, actually.
Yeah.
A very large Jewish population. It was often called the Jerusalem of the East, of like Eastern.
Yeah.
But Vilna was majority Polish.
Yeah, which is why it was also
So
became.
I mean, I don't know if they were majority, but they had at least maybe half the population, or maybe
Yeah.
more. But cities like Ternopil, Ivano-Frankivsk, for example, which was Stanislavov, a lot of these places had a very, very large Polish populations.
Yeah. Which is sort of what created those conflicts, right? Between.
One thing I want to, now that we're going into aftertime state, and this is something that was a very positive development, for the very first time, a representative of the Ukrainian government came out with what basically amounted to an apology for the Volyn massacres.
Yeah. I'm.
You know, the fact that they would go ahead and do that, it really says something. It says something of the gratitude Ukraine has.
I'm gonna say that I'm really happy about the things that are developing between Ukraine and Poland. I'm really happy about the relations, and that I really hope that the far right Polish government will not screw it up. That is my big hope, because you must have heard about the infamous. Yeah.
Yeah, I always hear, I always worry too, on the other side of the spectrum of future Ukrainian government screwing it up.
Yeah, but
I don't think that they could screw up relations. They're pretty, economically solid.
well, that's
So many Ukrainians living in Poland
yes. They will.
that will never move back to Ukraine.
A lot of people will probably live 50-50. That's they've already stated this. Like when peace comes, because of business relations, right? They will drive here and there. But the one thing that has already created a crack on the almost perfect relations was the infamous, and I will say it was totally Polish government's incompetence, the infamous grain crisis situation. I'm not sure if you're familiar in any
I
way.
don't remember. I mean, I remember, was this during the war?
It was pretty recent.
Okay.
Like because grain was supposed to go through Poland to other places. I'm giving a really TLDR of the situation, but because the Polish government has flooded the shipyards with coal, there was no capacity to actually move the grain further from Poland to other places, which caused the Polish grain to sort of the prices to crash, which caused the Polish sort of situation when it comes to grain to become really dire, which caused the farmers to protest, which caused the Polish government to do the really bizarre, radical ban on all farm products from Ukraine, sort of like the locking of the border to all produce.
That's almost like shooting your economy in the foot.
Right, and then
Especially because so much of their food products are going to come from Ukraine.
and then the farmers said, "Wait, we didn't ask you to the total ban on all produce. We actually need some of that to create our fertilizers." Which, it was a whole mess, and I will say that this is government this is what I mean when I say I hope the government won't screw it up. You can probably see now why I say this,
For sure.
And there's the fact, I'm sorry to just continue like this, that the Polish government has shifted a lot of the help when it came to the refugees onto the population itself.
That's something I was told too, like I've noticed.
Which I have to say that the NGOs that took care of the refugee situation, I was really positively impressed by it, because it's not, oh, we have an empty space, we shove people in. No, it's like, as an example, because I also took refugees in, so I took part in the whole process and it was like this. There's an older gentleman, he cannot walk on the stairs, traumatized through the whole situation, so shouldn't live with too many people does your apartment or does your place meet those criteria? And then there's a little bit of talking. Okay, we will talk to the older gentleman. If he agrees, then we can proceed forward. You know, it's not this we're just gonna shove people in wherever, even if it doesn't really suit their needs, you know, which I found to be pretty good, in my opinion.
Is there any more? I have to get going soon, but I want to add one last question for you because you're in Warsaw. Is there a much larger, noticeably larger Ukrainian presence in the city than
Yeah.
there was prior to the?
Yes, and I think, I think personally, because I'm not a super big fan of nation states to begin with. To be honest, I'm not a big nationalist. Actually, the reason why I like the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth because it was a model of a country that had many different peoples living in it. So I see it as a positive thing, to be honest. Like that I hear Ukrainian every day, that I see it as a positive thing that because at least in Warsaw, the president is pretty progressive, etc. Actually, there was a whole, maybe I'll be able to talk about it, that when you buy a ticket, you can choose Ukrainian to buy the ticket and many other things like that. I think it's positive.
Violence from the Polish nationalist community towards Ukrainian immigrants or
There wasn't violence, but there were a few small protests by fringe groups that coined the phrase "stop the Ukrainization of Poland," to which I can only say continue the Ukrainization of Poland. Diversity is okay. Like I think actually that the government should do more. I think we should be seeing duolingual schools for children, for example, and that's not really being adequately done. I think that should be.
Complaint of a lot of my friends who were living in Poland. Actually, my friend Jana, she was living in Krakow for like a year or two before finally fulfilling her dream with her husband and kids of moving to California. And she said that one of her biggest gripes with Poland is the fact that there's sort of this tendency to assimilate
Yes.
Ukrainians there.
And I think that's a huge mistake. I think that should not be. I think there should be established duolingual schools.
The thing, too, is like culturally, Polish people and Ukrainians are very similar.
Yeah.
But they're not
the same. Yeah.
Character. And like, I will tell you, it's odd. When I traveled to Poland from Ukraine, I was like at first, really, really impressed with the orderliness and just the infrastructure of Poland, and also the way that people behave. They're more, I think, orderly than Ukrainians are. More, I don't know how to put it, but after a while, that really wore on me. And when I got back to Ukraine, I was just so happy to be there, because I don't know, there's almost like a coldness, like a
yes
that Polish people have.
I mean,
do not have, and to an extent, actually, Russians or Belarusians don't have it either.
Sounds very German to me.
Like,
yeah, Poland is somewhere. I mean, I wouldn't say that to a Polish person. That's a really
I wouldn't say that out loud.
I mean, you said it to me.
Yeah, I know, but it sounds very German.
I know, but like, Poland is definitely a place where you don't want to, mention, like to a person. Yeah, that's
Do not mention the war.
Yeah, but the thing is that it's actually not quite German either. Like I've noticed this as a Polish person that's been living here from birth, and there's this, you say coldness, I say this weird misery written on everybody's face. This sort of nobody smiles ever. Everybody's just so stone faced.
That's something you see in Ukraine and Russia too.
Did you see the thing I sent you, Lucy? I put
No.
it up on stream not long ago. I sent it to your DMs and Discord.
Lucy, I have to ask you. So I dated a Polish girl recently, and the one thing that she told me is like the one reason why I'm glad to be living here instead of Poland is because, and the one thing I really dislike about Poles, she said about her own people, is that they're jealous. Like if someone has a better job, makes more money, or like a bigger house, a car, that's like very widespread in Poland.
Yeah, there is a bit of it, and that's not good.
Yeah.
I'm a pretty specific case because my two best friends, like for over 20 years, are Vietnamese. So I'm sort of more
Because there's a population there. I know.
like they're siblings, and one of them is a lawyer. The first actual lawyer who went through every single exam that's needed to become an attorney. So first Vietnamese attorney in Poland. And the second sibling is like a big YouTuber in Poland. A really big YouTuber, like 700,000 subscribers YouTuber.
One of my friends, Wojciech, he told me that you can find actually really good Vietnamese food in Warsaw.
Yeah, you can. Now you can. You didn't used to, but now you can. And actually, my friend started a restaurant while we were at it in Warsaw, a Vietnamese one with original southern food. So I feel a big affinity to Vietnamese culture. And compared to Poland, Vietnam is 1 billion times more cheerful, and so it becomes even more visible. It's this sort of chasm of this sort of Polish misery and Vietnam, where people are a lot more upbeat, let's just say. I actually, when COVID was about to start, I was just on the brink of just moving to Vietnam. I had a one-way ticket ready. I was about to fly, and then COVID started and all the borders were just closed.
Is that something that you want to do in the future still?
Yeah, I do want to go to Vietnam. It's a really nice place. It's a really beautiful place.
No thanks to us.
Well, it's also a complicated story. I think France gets off the hook far too much when it comes to Vietnam War.
Yeah, no, 100. I agree with you with that too, and I have quite a few Vietnamese friends too. A lot of the ones who came from the south of the country, or urban areas, are really like pro-American and really
Yeah, I think people forget too much that it was France that started all of that with wanting to retrieve its colony. I think the US made a huge mistake because, from what I know on the subject, Ho Chi Minh went to the US for help against France at first, and was just
don't be overly concerned about our movement as a communist movement.
Yes.
First and foremost, a national liberation.
Yes, but he was still sort of chased away, or like just turned away.
The problem that Ho Chi Minh had was actually the circle of people surrounding him. He was constantly outmaneuvered by people within the Vietnamese communist.
Right. Like the thing about Ho Chi Minh that people also don't really get, that he basically died during the war, right? And became like this figurehead, and we don't actually know what his policy or rule would have been if he was alive after the war. Like, we don't really know if it would have even aligned with what the party did. We don't know anything. So
let's continue this conversation at another time. We have an Iraq war scheduled for next Wednesday, our first episode.
Wednesday. Speaking of which, be there.
Or be square.
Yes. Don't do this. Don't do this thing where you cancel last minute on me. So me and Lucy both spoke to Sunday today, and he's going to start dumping his audience into either one of our streams, provided we can provide an itinerary. So be there.
That's good.
So I'm going to put together an itinerary for the week, and we're going to try.
A
to
what?
stick to that
Sorry,
itinerary.
itinerary is what?
A schedule.
Okay. Oh, I President Sunny wanted a schedule for me. Oh my goodness.
Yes, we have to come up with a schedule.
I have to meet with my mod today.
The other thing is
Not moderator.
editor.
I mean, editor. Yeah.
I sent you a request. You see, you can be an editor on the channel so that you can go in there and schedule streams.
Who?
You, Hetman. Sorry.
Oh.
We're doing administrative stuff before he runs off on me. The third thing is, and we talked about this on Lucy's stream the other night, when me and Lucy were enduring What If Altist together.
Oh God.
Well, we're gonna have to do another one of those. Maybe in 2 weeks we can do that.
I'm going to be doing one. I'm going to be doing one this week, just
I'll
because
see
we need
if
to
I
do
can pop
stuff.
into that.
Also,
Yeah.
super last thing before you go, a topic that's I just found a book and I've discovered this whole topic that exists. I'm not sure if you're familiar. Like the book that I've got here is
Let me see. I gotta go back.
no, that's not the book. There's a book called Russia or the USSR Does Not Enter. I would have to find it. But the gist of it is that it's about the topic of a scenario in which the USSR does not attack Poland in 1939, which would result in Poland supposedly stalemating Germany for much longer than it did, which would create a far different situation in World War II.
That's an interesting. I mean,
Because apparently,
interesting. What if Altus?
yeah, what if alt his? Because apparently the main part of Polish defense plan relied on retreating to the
rear.
eastern part of the country and sort of setting up and getting resources from the neighboring countries, which sort of was cut short right away when the USSR entered. So that's food for thought.
With that, actually, can you do me, because I can't see it right now. I'm gonna give send it. I don't know how you can. I'm gonna actually on your channel. I'm gonna message you on YouTube, and it'll.
You can message someone on YouTube.
No, you can't message someone on YouTube. You can message someone in Discord.
Oh, yeah.
We have no direct messaging on YouTube, which is really weird, by the way.
Well, I was surprised. Also, subscribe to my channel.
I will do that.
I'm getting closer to that 1,000 bit by bit.
Everybody subscribe to everybody. It's just nice.
True. It's true.
The other thing is on the 28th.
Oh wait, I lost a subscriber.
The title of that book in Polish, because I will try to. I have some friends in Poland. I'm going to try to get at that because that would be interesting.
On the 28th, we are working. Us here, Hetman has said he's going to be there. 28th, we're going to be doing a fundraiser / discussion stream for Pride Month. So everyone, be ready for that. Get your shekels if you have some shekels to give to a good cause. With that, I think that is everything we have directly planned for the moment. Anybody got anything else?
That's it. So it was a pleasure talking with you, Lucy.
Thank you.
I hope to have to do it again very soon. And everyone have a great night. And we'll see you next week for the Iraq War.
Thank you.
The first 10 years of the Iraq War, because I don't not going to be able to put things together that quickly. All right. Have a good night, everybody. I am closing us out.
See you. Bye bye.
Thank you very much, Lucy.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Yep.
All right, I'm gonna be seeing you.
Yep, I'll be around. Getting out. We're out now. Closed out.
All right. I'm gonna. Okay, it's invisible. I'm gonna disconnect.
All right.
All right. So we are done with this. Okay. How did you like it? Oh my gosh. I looked at my thing and I've lost a subscriber. Instead of gaining one, I have lost one. I am so shocked. I am shocked and appalled by what's happening. But it's okay. It was interesting if I didn't have anything to actually comment during it. I enjoyed it. Thank you. Thank you, Gigglers. It was dense history moment, which just showed me that I have to read a lot more on everything, non-stop, always. All right, we're doing Drakengard. I bet you forgot. Well, it froze. I bet you forgot about Drakengard. There's no break, there's no rest when it comes to the stream.
That which follows the breaking of the seals is the end of the world. Time, now that the goddess is dead, what is to become of me?
Wow. Why? Why are you to be pitied? Oh, can see the game. Oh yeah, I know why. My goodness. I keep screwing up. I'm sorry. Sorry. Keep screwing up. Here you go. Persu couldn't hear them. I can't help but notice that this little girl has a guy's voice. A creepy old guy voice. la 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 la. True. Are the Watchers gonna be explained in the game or not? Or not really?
The goddess is dead. The seal broken. It is the end. The end of everything.
Not to be critical, but you've already said that many times. Oh my god! I died at the very end.
Now is not the time to mourn. We must find and destroy all those that lead them.
Amazing.
The spirits come here to this place until the end is upon us. No human can live here now. The beasts of hell have made this place their home. Trust only yourself. Now, the real act of revenge begins.
Where's the minimap?
The seeds have appeared. All the races of the world are hurrying to find them. When mankind enters the seas, a new world opens to him.
Heed what I say. If you wish for humanity to live, enter not the seas. What more do you seek? You never know the peace of the ocean.
Oh, right.
That which follows the breaking of the seal, which is the end of the world itself. Now that the goddess is dead, what is to become of me?
Damn.
Far below is the abyss.
I'm not even sure if Drakengard 1 was a high budget title, to be honest. Oh my god. I'm gonna look it up while we're at it. I don't know. I don't think it was a high budget game.
Now is not the time to mourn. We must find.
We must find and do the thing.
And destroy all those that lead them. The spirits come here to this place until the end is upon us. No human can remain now. The beasts of hell have made this place their home. If you wish to live, trust only yourself. The revenge will now, the real act of revenge begins. There are so many. No, place in this world is safe now.
The seeds have appeared. All the races of the world are hurrying to find them.
It's not a horror track.
The legends say that when mankind enters the seeds, a new world opens to him.
Heed what I say. If you wish for humanity to live, enter not the seeds.
Ah.
What more do you seek? Will you never know the peace of inaction?
That which follows the breaking of the seals is the end of the world itself. Kind, now that the goddess is dead, what is to become of me?
Oh my god.
Far below is the abyss.
What? Oh no. Oh no. I messed up. Oh no. Oh my god.
The goddess is dead. The seal broken. It is the end. End of everything.
Oh my god. This is so annoying. Wow. I'm gonna continue until we beat it.
Now is not the time to mourn. We must find and destroy all those that lead them. The spirits come here to this place. Indeed, when was this? The beasts of hell have made this place their own. The real act of revenge begins. If you wish to live, trust only yourself. Revenge
The seeds have appeared. All the races of the world are hurrying to find them.
There are so many. No place in this world is safe from them now.
Ah. It's 4 a.m. Wait, how long has this stream been? Oh wow, 5 hours.
The legends say that when mankind enters the seeds, a new world opens to him.
Heed what I say. If you wish for humanity to live, enter not the seeds.
event which follows the breaking of the seals is the end of the world itself. Time, now that the goddess is dead, what is to become of me?
Destroy enemy. The Watcher. No. I don't think so, baby. Oh my god. Okay. Alright. Nice. Oh my goodness. Oh, for God's sake, this level is just horrible. Oh my god, okay.
We must find and destroy all those that lead them.
Quiet.
The spirits come here with this peace. Indeed, the end is upon us.
Why did this game have to have so many flying levels in a row? For God's sake.
The real act of revenge begins. If you wish to live, trust only yourself. And then
The seeds have appeared. All the races of the world are hurrying to find them.
Hello, Connor.
no place in this world is safe from them now.
I keep floundering on this mission.
The legends say that when mankind enters the seeds, a new world opens to him.
Heed what I say. If you wish for humanity to live, enter not the seeds. What would you seek? Never know the peace.
What the hell? What? Oh, come on. This is so stupid.
That which follows the breaking of the seals is the end of the world itself. Time, now that the goddess is dead, what is to become of me?
I know. I'm gonna execute you. My. What the? Amazing. Where is the enemy? This level is so bad. Ah, be quiet. Nobody cares about you. The special Saxon doesn't work. That's true. All right. We're doing it. We're getting there. Oh my gosh. Oh yeah, now I realized what your issue was. Using the special was those flying enemies can only be killed when you've opened up.
Seal broken. It is the end of everything.
Oh, be quiet. Doomer. Boomer. Nobody likes you. Actually. Oh, great.
We stand on the edge of the world. Far below is the abyss.
Shut up. What the oh my god! Ah! Enemies in this game are so ah. This is so stupid. Still alive! Oh my god. That enemy is so ridiculous. Oh my god. What? Okay. Okay. Amazing.
We must find and destroy all those that lead their
I cannot. I'll be mocked. I'll do easy mode if you, I don't know, donate.
The beasts of hell have made this place their own. Now, the real act of revenge begins. If you wish to live, trust only yourself. Revenge. Now, this world is safe now.
The seeds have appeared. All the races of the world are hurrying to find them.
Shut up.
We never know the peace.
God. That was the end of the level, wasn't it? The part where I died. Oh, great. There's not even a menu for me to enter and restart. Oh my god. Oh, for sure. Stop whining. Thank you for the $10. I'll do my best.
Say that when mankind enters the seeds, a new world opens to him.
Okay, we're trying to beat it as we are, but
If you wish for humanity to live, enter not the seeds.
save states are cheating. Those enemies are ridiculous. Oh my god. For real? They just hug me and destroy me. What's wrong with the camera? Oh my god. I can't with this game.
We stand on the edge of the world. Far below is the gates.
The Watchers.
I'm doing worse than before. Okay, one last try. Okay, one last try.
Now is not the time to.
Where's the option? Why can't I enter the options from here? Why can't I enter the options from here? Okay, I guess I can. Game. No, I cannot. I actually cannot enter the options from here. Amazing.
Although
That's great. That was amazing design idea to not let you enter options from the game. Genius. That's genius. I'm raging at this point.
The seeds have appeared. All the races of the world are hurrying to find them.
Well, what are you doing?
Will you never know the peace
Of what?
The legends say that when mankind enters the seeds, a new world opens to them.
I cannot stand these enemies. I just cannot. Ridiculous. Amazing. Well, that's just great.
That which follows the breaking of the seals is the end of the world.
Oh my god.
Time, now that the goddess is dead, what is to become of me?
You're to be executed right now. So ridiculous. I decree you executed. I have to check something while we're at it. Have I gained a friend? No. Ay, ay, ay. So sad. For sure. I'm gonna lose it. I really love those enemies that just encircle around you and oh fuck me, man.
The seal broken. It is the end of everything.
Okay. Is it over? No, of course not. Oh my gosh. Far from it. Oh. So many of them left. Oh wow, what a time for the camera to become bad. I love it. Okay. Oh, amazing, amazing. Thank you, camera. Thank you. That's just great. One last enemy. Hopefully. Oh my god. I think I deserve praise and a dono or something. Thank you. Took us a while, but I don't want to see a flying mission again in my entire... I don't feel like doing this as a free expedition. The worm Kaim quails before the ancient dragon and its 1,000 children. Almost never seen upon the earth, this noble beast has been drawn from its heavenly lair by the seeds of resurrection. Before the almighty worm, even the dragon feels fear. Kaim holds the dragon tightly around the neck and urges her into battle. Another flying mission? Oh, screw you, game.
The myths come alive!
Oh no.
I cannot go further. The worm. It is a terrible thing to battle the sacred dragon. Let go! You cannot warn me now. Damn fool.
Oh yeah. Mm-hmm. Why is the camera so bad?
Dragon challenges dragon? What senseless creatures we have become.
Amazing. God.
Is the worm so weak?
I love how horrible the camera in this game is. I just love it. Jesus Christ, come on. Yeah, the music, because that's the biggest of the problems here.
The myths come alive.
Like that, the music is the biggest problem in this setting, of course.
I cannot.
I'm totally sick of the music and not the camera.
It is a terrible thing to battle the sacred dragon. Let go! You cannot warn me now. I will regret making a pact with a mad fool who believes in neither good nor evil.
Imagine all the people living life in peace. Whoa. You may think I'm a dreamer, but I'm not the only one. Full of giggly and marmalada as one. Oh, that's just wow. I love fighting the controls instead of the boss. That's my favorite hobby. I love it when in games you don't actually fight the boss, you actually fight the controls. I love it. Oh my god. What's happening here? Amazing.
Time. What bond ties you with the dragon? What power spurs the dragon on?
The myths come alive! Mighty dragon, you will regret challenging fools such as
I love not having control over what I target.
challenges dragon? What senseless creatures we have become.
I love the combination of crappy camera and crappy controls. I just love it. The worm is kicking our butt if you haven't noticed. Oh, the camera again. Okay, we're gonna try to turn on that camera assist because that's just ridiculous. Yes. Oh my god. Okay, options. Because you cannot enter them from the game for whatever reason. What does that mean? Camera assist 1, 2, 3. What does that mean? I have no idea what that means. I have no idea what that means. Oh my god. Oh, I just can't. Yeah, story. The Verm. Okay, we'll see if we feel any difference.
Mighty dragon, you will regret challenging fools such as me.
How did that hit me?
Dragon challenges dragon? What sense?
Oh, for God's sake. I'm not even damaging that boss.
What bond ties you and the dragon? What power spurs the dragon on?
I love that the enemy can heal, but I have no way of healing. I just love that. Oh, I love missing point blank shots. I love how my special meter is not charging at all.
Nonsense. We remain mere fools.
Right. Oh. I love how when I don't avoid this attack, it misses me, but when I try to avoid it, it just hits me point blank. That's great design.
Mighty dragon, you will regret challenging fools such as
That's great design right there. What a game.
Dragon challenges dragon? What senseless creatures we have become.
But I especially love how my special meter does not budge.
What bond ties you and the dragon? What power spurs the dragon on?
I love this aiming system. Oh no. Oh my god, the flying levels are so bad. I think so, but also getting more I'm also getting more frustrated with each run, which is not a hallmark of a good game.
We have grown. Nonsense. We remain mere fools.
True. We might take a break, yeah. Okay, one last try. Also, the controller cable is really messed up.
The myths come alive. Mighty dragon, you will regret challenging fools such as me.
Oh my god, the camera. Oh, fuck me, man. What's going on? Jesus Christ. The controls suck so bad.
Dragon challenges dragon? What senseless creatures we have become.
Oh well. I also love it when I press the buttons and just nothing happens. I love that as well. I love that for myself.
What bond ties you and the dragon? What power spurs the dragon on?
I'm doing worse than the last run, by the way.
He's the worst.
Oh, for I'm pressing the turnaround buttons and nothing happens. The dragon just keeps flying forward. I love this. I love the control when controls become just non-responsive. That's a big help in defeating the boss. When the controller just stops working. What happened to the... Wow. What happened? I'm being really tenacious with this. Oh. Oh my god. Oh god. Wait. Hold on. Oh, of course. The controls are just shit in this game. We're taking a break from this game. The controls are just unbearable. My god, I cannot. Okay, I'm gonna go to the toilet. Then I'm gonna be back. And then we're gonna do research while playing Diablo. So we're gonna do research into not so erudite, if you can believe such a thing. I'll be right back. We're gonna be doing our little research thing. Don't go anywhere. We're gonna be back. Okay, we're gonna be logging in. I'm gonna be making the game a lot more quiet. Let's see. Oh my gosh. Let's see something that's not, you know, old. Is there anything a bit newer on the whole affirmative action thing? Let me see. Destiny affirmative action. Let's see.
You could argue that affirmative action has gone too far today, for sure, but it sure as fuck wasn't reality that men are 10 times better at school than women. That's not true. And we've seen that even absent some affirmative action, women are just as competitive in school, if not more so than some men are, because there are things that men might be wired to do well, like hunt and gather, that makes them more predisposed to things like, say, ADHD that women don't have. Women make better students, right? You might say that men are these strong hunter-gatherers and they do all these type A things, quicker reflexes. That also might come with an increase of like risk-taking behavior. So when you look at a skill-based activity like driving, you might think like, wow, this is something that men are obviously better than women at. But then you look at accident rates and insurance rates, and maybe being like really physically capable doesn't make you a good driver. Maybe it's being a little bit slower and cautious. Maybe that's what makes you a safer driver. I'm just saying that, like, yeah, if you want to trim back on some things, that's fine. But one, we can't pretend that affirmative action was a complete mistake, because we found out today that women are more capable than anybody thought ever possible. Number one. And then two, if you do want to trim back a little bit, that's fine, but we should still leave the opportunity for people to compete where they can, so that we don't like deprive all of ourselves of those talents and contributions to society. You could argue that affirmative action has gone too far today, for sure, but it sure is.
I see. How long ago? 2, 3. One year ago.
Personally, I've always found affirmative action to be a really difficult subject to tackle.
Okay. Okay. It's all super old. Actually, we might as well check in the source. Is there nothing? Is there nothing? Amazing. Gender affirming care gets termini online. Oh, live now. Amazing. Amazing. Unfortunately, we don't really have much to go on.
Did you see like the Zizek debate with Peterson?
Oh God, where he tried to learn communism like by reading the manifesto. And
Yes.
that was it.
Every time he sort of talks about communism,
I have to check. I have to check the timestamps if there's anything. Oh, affirmative action. There we go. That's as new as it gets.
A conservative that I used to debate a long time ago, he disappeared from my community because fucking Irish lady made death threats against him. But a question.
One second. Is it excuse me? Okay.
Yeah. Wait, how much of my shit do you watch? The fuck?
Excuse me specifically. I watched his debate with Irish Laddie.
Oh, okay.
Like a long time ago. And it
I
was like
hear them a lot, but he's a smart guy. I enjoy
Irish Laddie.
Like it forces me to like really stake out my positions and understand why I believe the things that I do. So I appreciated that from him. But I was gonna say something that he asked me once. It was a really good question, and I'd never even stopped to consider it for a microsecond before. Was it had to do with like things related to affirmative action?
There you go.
Okay. You think that women don't have enough representation in these places, right? And I'm like, yeah, I don't think so. And he's like, you agree there's some probable, like, there's probably going to be a natural difference between men and women in these positions, right? Even if all else equal. And I'm like, yeah, there's probably some natural difference. And he's like, okay, well, how do you know when to stop? How do you know when you've gone far enough? I have no fucking idea because I don't have a metric by which I exempt, right? Like, here's a question. Like, how much affirmative action is necessary to, like, answer the question, like, okay, black people are no longer systemically disadvantaged. Now it's just up to, like, individual black people to take advantage of the system that exists that is, like, fixed now, right? Would we ever accept that answer if there still exists, like, some inequality between the two groups?
Hello, Dallas Media. Hello, hello. We're doing research for the panel. We're listening to the... Because I bet... I bet this question is gonna be raised in the panel. Like, I just can feel it in my bones that the whole when is enough thing is gonna just rear its head. I'm very positive about that.
Groups of people, even if the fact of the matter was that, well, most of the issues have been fixed, right? That's a really hard question to answer, I think, and really hard to grapple with, and a lot of people don't think about it at all. At least I didn't at all.
Yeah, I mean, I think that if you look at the current scholarly consensus or the leftward like push in the scholarly, arena, it's to look at these gaps in achievement or gaps in anything and to just assume that the explanation is racism. So if you have like a gap.
Why do you... Okay. I'm gonna play a reverse card on Tough Tash here and ask, why do you assume the assumption is racism? It's actually not. Just because there exists systemic inequality, it doesn't mean that the answer is racism per se. It means that the answer is systemic inequality. Like, those things don't just equal out overnight. The racism from the past can affect the inequalities of the present, even in the absence of the racism. So when we still have inequalities, it doesn't mean that the answer is racism actually.
Wealth between black and white families. the assumption is going to be that that gap is because of racism, and that the only solution.
The assumption is going to be that the gap is due to, well, mostly past racism, no? Things that were so severe that the effects of them you can feel to this day. And it's like actually a common historical phenomenon that when things happen for a long time, undoing those things takes a very long time as well. Or is Taftash going to sort of try to deny that the racism in the past existed? And of course we still have systemic racism today, but it's a different kind than the one that we've had in the past. So it's just stupid to say that the answer is racism.
Is going to be to disproportionately benefit Black families. So like Ibram X. Kendi, I mentioned reading his book. This is his entire concept of anti-racism. It's the idea that it's not enough to be neutral and to create policies that equally benefit both Black and white people. Rather, policies need to be anti-racist. They need to explicitly benefit Black families more than white families. And part of that is, right, and if you're not explicitly benefiting Black families over white families, then you're being racist, right?
Still racist, yeah.
Right, and it's either racist or anti-racist in this way. And so I think, unfortunately, this sort of blind, like not looking into the explanation for why a gap might exist, because like realistically, some of that gap probably is because of racism, right? That wouldn't surprise me at all. I don't know what proportion of it is racism.
I don't think Taftaj understands how history works, how the flow of time works. Like, the reasons for what's going on now are not always the things that are happening now. The reasons for things that are happening now might be a thing that was in the past and has been going on for a really long time. I don't know why people have such a difficult time wrapping their minds around this concept of the past affecting the present.
Wealth lagging behind, right? I don't know exactly the answers to those things, but the progressive solution is just going to be like throwing money and resources at the groups. And I think in a sense that like disincentivizes
damn crazy
from, you know,
also affirmative action is not throwing money and resources at a group actually. How is affirmative action throwing resources at a group? Can somebody explain that to me? Can someone explain the logic of affirmative action being an example of throwing resources at a group and money?
changing, right? Or adapting or doing things differently, right? And so if there is like, if there is some like bad habit, right? So like Coleman Hughes, he says that like something like 25% of like the wealth gap between Black and white families could be eliminated by just changing like spending habits. I don't know if that's true. He cites a study, but I haven't seen the studies refuting it, so it could be wrong. But if that is true,
the bad habit of not having generational wealth, you should have built a habit of having generational wealth. That would have been, you know, that would have been good. If you just would have built this positive habit of having generational wealth, you would have been so much better off.
in the hypothetical world where it is, then if we're just throwing money to like shorten this gap to reduce it to nothing, then eventually you're going to reduce that gap to nothing, but the spending habits are going to remain, and you're just going to be like sinking money year into year to like support spending habits, which aren't good.
Yeah.
What does that have to do with affirmative action?
One of the really scary implications right now of like stuff that's going on is holy fuck, the difference in educational attainment between men and women is crazy. Have you seen how huge the gap has gotten? It's like 40-60.
Especially in minority communities.
Yeah, holy fuck, that's not good.
No.
And that's like a question of like, okay, well fuck, okay. But the thing is, and I read this from, there were educators. I don't know if this was a Slate article or if it was somebody that emailed me about their university. I don't remember. Fuck. A lot of people in like different areas email me things, so I get like perspectives in different areas. But like the consensus that I've heard, and this might not be true, so I'm warning you that. But like you couldn't even begin to talk about that problem in an academic setting. Like, hey, maybe women are doing okay in school now, and now we need to shift their focus back to men. You could never have that conversation in an administrative setting. It's impossible, and that's probably a problem. Yeah.
Yeah, and I think that's like the stifling of different opinions that we talked about earlier, and the inability to like really question or get out of our.
Oh. I was hoping to wait for the President Sunday raid. Thank you for the $35. I'm gonna check if President Sunday is like streaming right now. But thank you. Fake Alec Hell Parker. Also, I'm doing actual research by watching this video. I want to see what the possible. I want to see what the opinions on affirmative action are in this sphere, so to speak. Okay, we're gonna see.
And
sorry to tell you, Sunday forgot to radio and instead attempted to do a delayed one via server announcement. Ah, okay. That's fine. I guess I can go to sleep without any regrets. Wait, there's that Demon Mama emote in the chat. Okay, so yeah, I guess I'm going to go to bed. Thank you, fake Alec Kyle Parker. Have no regrets. In a way, it's good that I've not been raided. I can already see that there's gonna be some ridiculousness when it comes to that whole affirmative action business. It's gonna be called throwing money at the problem. Jesus, this is gonna be a mess. Wait, somebody at me and somebody at me at in the channel. Oh. What a pretty picture. What a pretty, what do you call it? Profile picture. Okay, we're gonna finish this quest, I guess. What do I get? But yeah. And of course, I'm gonna, about the whole educated and uneducated, I'm gonna say that, does Destiny consider himself to be educated as a dropout? But yeah, today was a pretty interesting conversation, I would say. What do you think? How did you like the history convo? Don't forget that today we're gonna have the affirmative action conversation. Yeah, I enjoyed it. I wasn't actually aware that Hetman was proficient in Ukrainian. Oh. I don't know, I went to sleep around 3 in my time zone. That's fair. My goodness. I think we should. Do our best to how do you, what's the term that I want to use? Lure more people in to the stream. Tomorrow's gonna be a pretty big stream with the topic of affirmative action. I can already see some BS shenanigans. Step 1 will be getting your own community to watch the streams. But I'm not even sure how to do that, to be honest. I'm not sure how to encourage that without sounding like some pushy douche. Like some hag. You know? Thank you. Thank you for encouraging people to watch the streams. All right. Oh, the elixirs. It's actually garbage. So yeah, it's unfortunate. I'll have to work on it hard. Hmm. Oh wow. I guess I'll go here. I guess we'll go to sleep now. Also, we're gonna turn Destiny off. I mean, a lot of those things were Taj talking, so we didn't really get a lot of Destiny's position on. That's true. That is true. I cannot deny that. I cannot deny facts. Okay, so we're gonna be ending for today. Thank you so much for being here. We've been streaming for like only 7 hours about. That was a short stream. That was a bit of a short stream. Oh, fake Alec Kyle Parker. No, 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 no. No, no, fake Alec Kyle Parker. The panel will be next Friday. The panel will be next Friday. I think I already have it set up even. So the panel is next Friday. I don't think I've set it up. Next Friday. Tomorrow, or rather today, for me, we will be talking to an expert on affirmative action to prepare. So we're going to be talking to an expert tomorrow to prepare for next Friday. Jerk? I'm a jerk? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I don't know. Maybe I was doing the wrong messaging, but tomorrow's stream is going to be pretty big and important because we're going to be talking to a big expert on affirmative action. So depending on how the panel goes, tomorrow's conversation might end up being more interesting than the panel itself. I'm not ruling that possibility out, actually. So I would encourage everybody to still come to tomorrow's stream because it's going to be a lot of expertise. It's going to be pretty awesome, a pretty significant part of the preparation for the panel proper. But yes, I'm gonna see you. Thank you all for coming. It was amazing as always. Oh, Connor. Okay. Good night. Oh, I'm gonna type in love in solidarity. And love and solidarity.